Hello, everyone, and welcome to a very special edition of Influential's Livecast with Brand Innovators. My name is Chris Dietert, and I'm the CCO of Influential. For those of you who are not familiar with Influential, we're an AI influencer technology that drives actual business outcomes, including sales, foot traffic into stores, and TV tune-in lift. In addition, back on July 1st, we jumped full force into the NIL space and formed a division called Influential U, which provides Fortune 500 influencer marketing brand sponsorships to some of the most elite athletes in collegiate sports, some of whom you'll hear from today. As most of you know, on July 1st, collegiate athletes for the first time ever were given the ability to monetize their name, image, and likeness. Our virtual NIL conference will feature brand marketers and collegiate athletes and experts discussing the new and exciting NIL landscape. We'll also discuss what the first 8 months of NIL were like and what we'll see in the months and years ahead. These sessions are intended to educate and inform brand marketers about all the amazing opportunities that exist with athletes of college sports. So without further ado, let's meet our panelists and let's get this party started. We have Jim Cavalli, CEO of Influencer, and Jason Belzer, CEO of Student Athlete NIL. Hey, what's up, Jim?
How you guys doing?
Doing well. How about yourself?
Great. Excited to be here.
Likewise. Nice seeing you out at Super Bowl a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
There he is. What's up, Jason?
Sorry. How are we doing?
Doing well. How about yourself?
I'm good.
You ready to talk some NIL? I feel like you know a little bit about this.
Of course. Happy to join you guys.
Awesome.
So should we just dive in?
Yeah, I'll let you two take it away from here. Have a great conversation.
Awesome.
Thanks, Chris.
So Jim, appreciate you joining us. And I know you're a busy guy. I'll give quick background on myself. Jason Belzer, CEO of Student Athlete NIL. We're an agency based in Atlanta that focuses on working with brands that are entering the name, image, and likeness space, as well as universities in their activation and empowerment of student athletes. Jim, I'd love some background, and if you can tell us a little bit about Influencer, and I'd also love to know how the company has evolved in the last 8 months of NIL.
Well, I appreciate Influential having us here. They've been a wonderful partner for us here in the NIL era, as has Student Athlete NIL. And Jason, it's great to talk to you today. You know, Influencer really began for me, at least in my brain, in the mid-2010s when the O'Bannon case unfolded in the Supreme Court. And to me, at that point, NIL was not a matter of if, but when. And so we launched Influencer in 2017, really with one clear mission for our product and our users, which are athletes. And that is to help athletes build their brand on social media. This is pre-NIL 2017. Social media obviously is already a big thing, but making money is not optional for student athletes at that time with their name, image, and likeness. We built an app that allows student athletes to access content and the rights to share that content to their social media channels, like in Instagram and Twitter and Facebook. And we built a business for 3 years, really selling that product to colleges who pay us annually for the technology to provide content to student athletes they can share to social. It helps them grow their following, but helps the school reach a lot more people, and really got us a daily user and a student athlete that we knew once NIL began, we could provide new products, new features to not only allow them to build their brand, but allow them to build and manage their NIL business. And so you asked, last 8 months, what have we seen? We launched 2 products last year. One, an Influencer Verified, to help athletes report all their transactions to their compliance department, providing them also with education, short videos and articles on all the topics they need to learn about with NIL, like brand building and financial literacy. But we also launched Influencer Plus, which comes with an exchange that allows global companies and local companies to really contact them and be able to talk to them about NIL opportunities and even pay them through the Influencer platform, which automates reports for tax purposes and for compliance purposes. So we're really helping student athletes build their brands, but also helping them build and manage their NIL business. And the data, from the last 8 months that has come through our system, 8 figures of NIL deal flow from all sports, all student athletes at more than 220 Division I and Division II schools that we serve. It's really been telling. And I know we're going to talk about that a little bit today, but I think, we're in the first 400 meters of a marathon. And there's a lot still to unfold, but there's a lot that's happened as well.
Sure. And I want to talk about that data here in a minute. Where I want to start really is looking at legislative process. So July 1, NIL becomes a reality. The NCAA is essentially forced to pass some sort of legislation allowing student athletes to monetize their name, image, and likeness. You have a bunch of states that had enacted laws that some went live July 1, some thereafter. And now here we are 8 months later, and there's still no federal codification of law. The NCAA is a little bit antsy about how some of these deals are being done. And now we see states like Alabama and soon Florida repealing laws. So talk to me about, from a legislative standpoint, how this has kind of gone down, and also how you guys have maybe navigated that process or helped institutions navigate.
Yeah, so as a guy trying to run and plan a business in this landscape, venture capital backed, I'll admit it's a very potent and opportunistic market, but it's also, because of what you mentioned regulatory wise, one that you have to try to learn on the fly and react to those learnings on the fly with, because we're serving more than 200 institutions, more than 4,000 teams in almost 50 states. And every institution, not every state, every institution looks different right now, because the institutions have been called upon to set their own NIL policy. Now, if you're an institution in a state that has an NIL bill, your policy as an institution has to adhere to the state's NIL bill, which creates a little more tightness in what you can and can't set in your NIL policy, because the NCAA, who said they were going to set these rules back in April of 2020, when they released recommendations for NIL regulations, never did. And the reasons that they didn't do that have to do with risk on their end and setting rules that could be looked at as limiting to the student athlete. We won't get into that. You're the lawyer anyways. You could explain it better than me. But that risk caused them to pass the buck to the schools with a waiver. And that waiver basically said NIL is now allowed. The bylaw that said it wasn't has a waiver to it. But you can't do it with recruiting inducements, which obviously, even before NIL, it was already becoming a part of recruiting, because every school has brand power. They have corporate sponsored dollars that show that brand power in a volume stat that you can look at. And student athletes now are going to try to either capture some of that volume or capture additional volume that in recruiting, the discussion is going to come up, right? So schools were forced to write their own NIL policy, some of which didn't have state bills and didn't think they would have to do that. And they had like a week before July 1st of last year to come up with that policy. And what you see now across the board, if you're sitting in my seat, is like, it's apples to oranges, not just by division or conference, but even within conferences. Schools are all looking at this differently. And one big point I want to make, and I felt like it was important for some of the viewers to hear that, brain dump of what's happened, because there's even more to it, but it's important to understand how we got here. But the reality is this: if you're a student athlete and you get hurt, who do you go to? You go to your school, and they have a trainer and eventually a team doctor if you have to get surgery. If you're a student athlete and your grades are suffering, who do you go to? You go to your school, and they have a tutor and academic resources to help you get your grades back on track. I could keep going, but the point is this: as a student athlete, you are going to a university expecting your school to provide people and resources to help you with every part of your student athlete experience. And yet NIL, because of these non-facilitation clauses that schools have in their policy, is ending up having to require not just tech companies like us. We'd be needed regardless, even if the school could facilitate deals. You need tech to do all the reporting around it, to facilitate the connections and conversations. But there's still human services required that are happening now with outside entities. Collectives of donors are coming in with money and some services to help facilitate deals. Local agencies focused on schools are coming in. There's a lot of outside entities. And because of that, there's a lot of confusion for the student athlete. They don't know who they should work with, who they shouldn't work with. And at the pro level, which is the only place NIL has ever been done before this, at least in sports, pro athletes have agents and they have a players association. Two things that 99% of college athletes don't have an agent, and 100% of them don't have a players association. And they also have less time in college because they go to class. So there's a lot of problems with NIL around this non-facilitation aspect of college athletic departments that is providing opportunities for outside entities, but also really, I think, hurting the student athlete.
Makes sense. So let's get into some of these deal numbers. You talked about the fact that you guys have had 8 figures worth of deals come through the influencer platform over the last couple of months. Where are the interesting numbers here? What are the sports that are driving the most amount of dollars? And has there been any anything that you didn't expect maybe necessarily coming into July 1 when things went live?
Yeah, I think, for us, the reality that, without football, women are actually transacting more than men has been really interesting. I think a lot of people, obviously with football, it's 59% in our system of transactions have been done by men, whereas 41% with women student athletes. But it changes when you take football out of the equation. I think that shows that after the fact with football, women are really active with their NIL, and I think that's going to grow. And I think that the other big thing is the average transaction size started just over $1,000 and has grown to more than $1,500 in 7 months. And so it's consistently gone up. I think it will plateau, but I think that student athletes learned early on that there are ways to drive down their value, and they need to be picky with what they do. I think they could still be a lot better than they're acting right now. The median transaction is merely $51. And 2/3 of the transactions are cash deals, but 1/3 are in-kind deals, meaning that the student athlete's given a product or food or something in exchange for their services other than cash, which they have to pay taxes on next month, by the way, or 2 months from now. I don't think most of them realize that. They get a free meal, they have to pay taxes on that $20 meal. But, so these things are all interesting. I think they're all showing growth, right? When we started, the number of men versus women transacting was a bigger split. It's come closer and closer together. When we started, the transaction size was, 33% lower than it is today. When we started, the average transaction was 50% lower than it is today. Median transaction, excuse me. So I think that it's growing, and I think the student athletes are going to become more sophisticated as time goes on. And I think that's what the data is telling us. Last thing I'd say is not everybody is making money with their NIL. I mean, this is a new opportunity. And I think, unfortunately, the media really butchered this when they wrote about it. They really did a poor job of setting expectations with student athletes, and they hyped it up to the fans, who all thought, just like student athletes, that on July 1st, everybody was just going to make a bunch of money. And when you write your NIL stories on Zion and Trevor Lawrence, it's easy to think that. But there's 500,000 student athletes, and 499,000 of them at best are going to make a few $1,000s a year. And that's okay. That's a great opportunity. They're working a muscle that they're going to need to work a lot when they leave college athletics and go into the business world or do whatever they do. So it's great for that purpose too. 1,000 athletes are going to maybe make, 5 figures a year, and, 10 athletes are going to make 7 figures a year. And there's going to be a few athletes that make 6, but that's the reality of the picture. And when you do all those numbers, it's a multi-billion-dollar market, but per athlete, we're talking about thousands of dollars. And at some schools, you make more than what you're going to make with your NIL working at it with just getting your new educated related benefits check that you're allowed to get, or your cost of attendance check. So I just think that that's important to understand. This is a job, and you get out what you put in the same way as you do with a 4.0 GPA or a scholarship to make the team. It's not just money that shows up in your bank account. Student athletes have had to learn that the hard way as this market's evolved.
Sure. So why is it that big brands haven't jumped in as quickly as some of us have thought? You haven't seen the major brands, that even the endemic brands that are sponsoring college sports simultaneously, the Cokes and Chick-fil-A's of the world, haven't touched NIL. And it seems like maybe that's where the big money is waiting to come in, or are we ever going to see them at all get involved from an image like that?
We're going to see them, but there's 2 big issues. It's a great point. And you see it in what you do with student athlete NIL to help these brands enter this world. I mean, you're wonderful at, you understand the athletes and you understand the teams, and now you can help these brands enter in a way where they can understand these athletes don't have agents. So if they are going to activate with a brand you're helping in, like they don't know which shirt to wear. They don't know what angle to take on the camera. There's no agent in most cases because there's not enough money to command the services of an agent. But that's a separate topic. What you're talking about has two big aspects to it. Number one, NIL got off the ground last year in a very confusing way for everyone. And it happened in the middle of the year. And those companies have budgets, and their budgets were not set. A lot of them thought NIL was only going to happen in a handful of states, and the rest of the states, those schools in those states weren't going to be able to do NIL until there's a federal bill. Well, now we've seen that's not true. And they got to watch for 6 months what happened. And I think a lot of them will start to enter this year with a budget because they got a full fiscal year. You know, there is a difference in college sports. The fiscal year is not always, but a lot of the times July 1st to June 30th, because that's when the academic and athletic year runs. In these businesses, they run off a January 1st year in most cases. And so we started NIL July 1st because it was a new athletic year, but that's not the beginning of the year for these companies. So I think that's one reason. The second reason, which is much bigger, is these companies have come into this world for years now through these media deals that the conferences are doing with, you know, Fox or ESPN, or through the schools and their multimedia rights holders like Playfly and Learfield and the others that the schools are selling the right to sell advertising for the institution. That's how Chick-fil-A and Coke are coming in. And those outfits are not motivated yet because of the way things are structured, because of the deal facilitation limitations on the school, which the multimedia rights holder has those same limitations because they make money from the school. They're limited in basically, they're limited and not incentivized. Two important things in doing this to Coke. Hey, you work with our institution and you're buying these inventories with signage in the stadium and the Jumbotron video and the university website. We got some new inventory. You can actually add to your deal by activating with the quarterback, with 3 field hockey players that are influencers on social, with 2 softball players that made the World Series last year, and this basketball player. Would you like to do it? There's no continuity. So the relationship that the school through the multimedia rights holder has with Coke is fragmented from what could be a relationship for the student athlete. Right. And that's just another problem with the deal facilitation limitations that the schools have in their policy that needs to be solved, because it's an easy way to add inventory to existing sponsor relationships.
Right. But wouldn't there be a conflict in that sense? Even if there was an opportunity to do that, it's in the best interest of the school to maximize their dollars before they spread it out to the student athletes.
I think schools have realized that their dollars come directly and indirectly in many different ways. And recruiting is very important to drive revenue, because the better athletes you get, the better they're going to play on the field, the more tickets you're going to sell, the more advertising's worth, et cetera. And I think schools have learned, you know what? We've done this without athlete inventories, made some money. Our MMRs made some money, not at all places, but at a lot of those places. And by the way, I don't think that what I'm saying is consistent past the top 30 schools. Right. So I probably should have said that earlier. But in the top 30 schools of the Power 5, some people are starting to call it Division 0. The SEC will say this works because the schools get a big check from the media revenue share and the conference. They are doing well with their MMR now. And if the athletes can make some money from the same sponsors and it helps with recruiting, I think they're very happy with that.
Right. So there's been obviously there's a vacuum there, and that vacuum is being filled with what we see or call these collectives. Can you give a little bit of background? What is a collective? How are they operating? Where are they coming from? Give us some background.
So collectives began emerging. First time I saw a presentation, or I get decks sent to me from all kinds of businesses in this college sports world all the time. And I think the first time I saw a deck with the concept was like Q2 of last year, before NIL started. And I remember kind of how I felt, honestly, when I saw it, which was, that's interesting. So donors can pool money together and activate those dollars through an LLC. Some are trying to do it through a nonprofit entity to be able to write off the donation. Some are doing it through just an investment into the LLC, sometimes with a guaranteed return, sometimes without one. Once the LLC has those dollars, they can activate the dollars a lot of different ways. They can activate it directly through, setting up an event where the student athlete makes an appearance, which is technically NIL. Could be a dinner, could be a speaking engagement, and they get paid for it. Some are indirect through a nonprofit that already exists. The entity makes a donation and a nonprofit hires the athlete for an appearance. Through a business that already exists, the entity makes a donation or an investment, and the company that exists pays the athlete for, a lot of times it's an appearance, not always, but a lot of times. So that is, a broad version of what a collective is. You can, come up with a lot of other scenarios, but ultimately the money's coming from supporters, donors of the institution to help athletes realize their name, image, and likeness in a creative way. There are other collectives that are probably not, they shouldn't be called collectives. They should just be called local agencies. An example of that would be Valiant at the University of Michigan, where they've been called a collective sometimes, but ultimately they're a separate entity from UM. They set up a shingle in Ann Arbor with space to shoot content and monetize that content with brands, with a space to print t-shirts and sell them at the bookstore with athletes' likenesses involved. They're grinding. I mean, these guys are working 80, 90, 100 hours a week. They played football at Michigan. They have relationships in Ann Arbor, and they're helping local and even sometimes regional and national businesses do stuff through them with the athletes. And they're providing a service that I mentioned before, 99% of the athletes don't have, which is agent type services, but they're doing it in a group format because the individual athletes don't make enough for an agent to get involved. But in group format, Valiant can generate enough revenue where it makes sense for them to be involved. And they're a great example. But that's more of what you see in NIL at the pro level happening at the college level, whereas the collectives are doing something that's really brand new that would only happen at the college level.
Is there even, with Valiant, it sounds like it's just a localized sports marketing agency per collective. Is there even a business model beyond, we just want to get as much money to these student athletes as possible and hope that there's a benefit back to the university, whether it's from a recruiting standpoint or, it seems like it's some of these collectives are just basically doing legal money laundering, I guess is the best way of saying it, rather than actually providing a real service back to the student athlete.
I think you're seeing collectives do everything they can to be more creative on how they, how they do things, how they show the value exchange. You don't have to be, you had to be Nostradamus to predict how we got from last year to this year. You don't have to be Nostradamus to predict as much how we get from this year to next year and the year after. There's still unknowns, but this is going to end up in-house. Schools are going to either contract out services that, like a Learfield, they contract it out, but the GM's on campus with a team. Based on total revenue volume, the team will be different sizes. Or they'll hire staff. We're seeing schools actually name people on staff with NIL roles. So that's one thing that I think is clear. And that's why we went the route of technology, because even if the services are in-house, you need tech to make connections for deal conversations, to streamline payments and reporting, to help with brand building, regardless. The second thing that's clear is collectives are going to be regulated to an extent. The problem is you really, if it's done the right way, it's hard to regulate. Right. How can you say that if you put a dinner together for these baseball players, and these baseball players only have to show up, there's 30 tables, there's 30 players, each player has a table, and there's 9 people that are paying to go to the event to sit at the table with a player and learn about the experience of playing baseball at that school. And each of those people is going to give $1,000, and the player each makes $9,000. I don't know. That's done at the pro level.
Yeah. And that's a legitimate thing. Absolutely. Yeah.
And so I think that that's why, once again, you're on here today as student athlete NIL, and you're helping brands come into this world, but you also have student athlete empowerment, which is, I think, really important for collectives to understand what they can and can't do, right, so that they don't become part of what I think will be a dark era in college sports that we study and look back at years from now because of how some people are approaching it.
Right. Well, my opinion is, and you mentioned SAE with what we do with schools, is that the collective model of just trying to get as much dollars into the pockets of these student athletes is it's not a sustainable business model, because what's going to end up happening is that a donor puts money in, and then that money, goes to a student athlete who doesn't end up being as good as they thought they would be, or ends up transferring in a year, and that money is basically better lit on fire. So if a collective or whatever entity is doing something, they have to create a long-term return on investment for the people that are funding it, as well as for the student athlete. And so what we're trying to do is create systems and platforms for athletes to get benefits beyond just the dollars, whether that's being able to get an internship at a particular program, or doing something that they maybe otherwise couldn't because they're so busy, or because they can't take an unpaid internship, but here's a stipend that can help support them while they go pursue and get actual real world experience. That's where the value is. But it seems like, at least initially, many of these collectives have just focused on driving as many dollars as they can, specifically from a recruiting standpoint, and specifically for men's basketball and football.
Yes, on everything. And one sentence that summarizes it, or I guess a question is the money being exchanged for services that will bring value now, or is it being exchanged based on a position or role of the person that's being paid? And so, because right now he might be QB1, but if he becomes QB2 or goes in the transfer portal and goes to another school, would you still pay that fee because of the value you got now?
Right.
And that's what everyone's watching for, because that's pay for play. Right. And it has to do with your title and your position, not the services and value, which is why I already kind of gave the example without saying his name. I'm going to say his name because it's a great example. Spencer Rattler was the starting quarterback at Oklahoma, did a deal with the local, I believe, Ford dealership, and then lost his job after the Texas game to Caleb Williams. And now Spencer is the assumed QB1 at South Carolina. And a lot of people wrote a lot of articles that next week saying, will he keep that deal? How does performance play into this? But the reality is that dealership got a ton of value in the weeks that Spencer promoted them through his Instagram in Norman, and it was done. Yep. And now if there's ongoing things and he transfers and stuff, that's up to them to have a good agreement and Spencer to sign the right agreement for him to protect him. I don't know that part. But what I do know is that's a legitimate NIL deal, because it had to do with him being QB1, but he exchanged services to endorse that Ford dealership that gave them value for the money they paid.
Right. And that's a risk that any brand enters into if they're, dealing with a professional athlete. The athlete can get benched, they can get hurt. And so that's part of the risk assessment. And so there needs to be, certainly, at least as it relates to the collectives and the local business community, there needs to be cooperation, probably with the school or somebody that's doing something on behalf of the school, similar to what we do at SAE, to make sure that it all meshes together and the best interests of the student athletes and the institution are being watched, versus the best interest of the person putting the money into the collective.
Agreed.
So you mentioned a little bit earlier that it seems like you're predicting that some of this may move towards in-house. And can you talk a little bit more about that? I mean, obviously, we don't have federal legislation. NCAA is saying no pay for play. Most states are saying that you shouldn't be directly facilitating deals. Myself as a lawyer, I don't think that schools should be directly involved in these transactions, because that creates a whole can of worms from a liability standpoint. How do you foresee this evolving?
So I think that, first of all, I think the state of Alabama, which we're based in Birmingham, and happen to know some of the folks that were involved in putting that bill together. And obviously we work with the institutions in the state. I think that bill was relaxed to help facilitation. So, am I saying that schools are going to be, brokering and negotiating deals for student athletes. Not necessarily. I think that deal making, fulfillment, and business management are three categories of a lot of actions that student athletes need help with. So even if the deal is proposed to the student athlete, the deal making side doesn't just include finding out who you should do a deal with. It's once you have the conversation, what are the terms of that deal? What's the legal setup that's proper? That kind of stuff. I think there's going to be an ability to help student athletes with that more over time. The fulfillment part, once you sign a deal, what did you sign on to do? And how do you do it? And the school should be somewhat involved in this because sites and marks are owned by the school. And in most cases, at this point, are not given to the student athlete to use. I think somebody's got to figure that out. And I think that's part of what I think is incentivizing the MMR to want to make introductions of the corporate sponsors of the school to student athletes for further inventories to be activated. Right. The school to have resources to help finalize the terms of that deal and make sure the student athlete activates properly with the fulfillment of that deal. And then lastly, the business management side. I mean, you can teach student athletes how to pay their taxes. You can give them influencer and 1099 to go do it, but they still got to do it. And so to me, to have some legal resources and some accounting resources, which by the way, are already on campus for other purposes, that the student athlete can take advantage of, I think is really important. I understand the liabilities of the school doing it with employees, which is why I think there may be firms that are still contractors, but they are on site to help with human services in these regards. And I think that's definitely where I see it's going. And I think commissioners and ADs have seen, maybe they didn't agree with this when it first started, but they've seen that the states and the limitations the states created with their policies have hurt the school just as much as the student athlete.
Right. Do you see, so it seems like we may be headed towards a day when at least some student athletes at universities are considered employees and that there may be some sort of revenue share model. How does that affect NIL? I mean, does that change the business in any way, or does that just make it a little bit easier for schools to be involved? And, what are your views from that perspective?
Yeah, so, the problem with pay for play, with employee status and a salary and even media revenue sharing, that, a lot of sports fans and people who are fighting for those things to happen don't realize is it may actually end up being a bad situation for the student athlete for a lot of reasons. Number one, there's a lot of tax-free dollars that the student athlete can take advantage of as part of their education right now, based on the school they go to. So I mentioned before, cost of attendance, educator-related benefits are more recent due to the Alston case, which had to do with that. Those are two checks, essentially, that some schools are allowing student athletes to collect and use towards their education that are, when you combine them together, 5 figures. Some student athletes also can get a Pell Grant based on their financial hardship. That becomes a cash thing because they have a scholarship paying for their education. Student athletes can get at some schools, I'm still kind of talking Power 5 here, but as many pairs of sneakers as they need for the basketball season. They can get as many pairs of shorts, and they have 4 trainers in the strength and conditioning room. And here's what's going to happen is schools are going to say, you get 1 strength and conditioning coach, and you're going to pay for the other 3 together as a group. You get 1 pair of sneakers and 1 replacement, and you're going to pay for any other sneakers you use. You're going to pay for your education. And right. if you think on behalf of the student athlete, NIL and the other benefits that they get on top of their scholarship will end up mathematically being a better situation for 90% of the student athletes. Maybe for the quarterback and like a few players, based on what their media revenue share would be and based on what their salary would be, it'll benefit and they'll come out on top, but a lot won't. Right. And the reason I had to tell that story first isn't just for perspective, but it's because of the fact that the only way that a student athlete can make an educated decision on that is through some bargaining mechanisms that are in place on behalf of the student athlete. Bargaining mechanisms that you see in place at the pro level through a players association. it's going to be really hard for student athletes to unionize because they go to state institutions and states have laws against that happening. And they're not going to change them for some student athletes in some institutions, not even for recruiting in the state of Alabama. So the reality is like, how are we going to collectively bargain for the student athletes so that they can make the right decision on those types of things and come out net positive, and do it also with college athletics in mind? A lot of people think that if that doesn't happen, it's against the student athletes. It could actually be for the student athletes. Should those things happen, NIL will still be an icing on the cake to their experience that will vary from athlete to athlete in the way I broke down the numbers earlier. I don't think it changes much, but it may demotivate some athletes from even doing the work that's required because they would have a salary and they would have media revenue coming in instead.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I think that for 99.9% of athletes, they have a great deal, especially with NIL right now. And they would be limited to the very, basically those elite student athletes that are going to be, draft picks, even top tier draft picks, not even late round draft picks, that would make sense. But it seems like other people in the industry have their mindset on offering this to everybody. Jim, we're approaching the end to this session. Tell us what you view the next 8 months of NIL to be, and what are the next 8 years? Where is this going?
I think that right now schools are trying to figure out how they can make some of these decisions they have to make. They're running these numbers themselves. These are in pro formas and financial models on their campuses because they know that it could be coming and they need to be prepared for the conversation. And as they're doing that, they're wondering, and more people will wonder, how do we collectively bargain for the student athletes so they have a seat at the table? And I think in the next 8 to 12 months, student athletes are finally going to have a seat at the table. And some are going to have one opinion and others are going to have another opinion. And I think that's going to be really important in the next 8 to 12 months. I also think in the next 8 to 12 months, we're going to see which party controls the House. And we're going to see, what happens in these midterm elections. And believe it or not, that has a lot to do with not just having a federal bill, but what the federal bill will do. And I think that's very important. And I think those two things, collective bargaining instruments for, I think, schools of student athletes, not conferences or the entire country, because this is way too wide to do like we do at pro level. I think it's probably going to be a school-focused collective bargaining instrument that comes, that starts to emerge to help the student athletes have a seat at the table. And then, the politics side of it's actually very big.
Sure. And I agree with you there. I think students are going to have a seat at the table, whether or not that becomes through federal legislation, which I'm in doubt of, just because obviously there are many more important things going on in the world right now. But I think that just based on the power that student athletes have and the fact that power is becoming more and more every day, that universities are going to have no choice but to open up the opportunity for student athletes to at least have more voice in the future of this industry. And I think we're both excited to help maybe facilitate those types of conversations between the universities, the student athletes, and all of the other stakeholders in the industry.
No doubt about it.
Awesome. Well, Jim, thank you for joining us. And I'm sure that when we have this conversation again in the year, it's going to be completely different.
Looking forward to that, Jason. Thanks for the interview. And Ryan, thanks for having me.
Likewise.
Chris,
thanks so much, guys. Yep, no worries. Before you go, we have a little bit of promotion to do. First off, I want to start off by saying we kicked off the day in an amazing way. You two are a almanac of NIL knowledge. I learned so many things today that I didn't even realize. Can't wait to chop it up with you guys more and figure out more of this whole NIL landscape. Also, the reason that us three know each other is very fortuitous, and I actually wanted to just take a minute and give a solid promotion. So Jason Belzer, the reason we came into each other's worlds is because we did an NIL summit last year, a little one, a little virtual one. It's our second little virtual one. But this man is doing the NIL summit in person in Atlanta in June, and the official sponsor is Influencer. So I just want to take a minute, give you the floor, Jason. Please promote it, tell everybody all the details about it, because we want everyone to come out.
Sure. We're hosting the first or inaugural NIL summit in person at the College Football Hall of Fame this June 13th through the 15th in Atlanta. We look at Atlanta as the mecca of college sports, and we are bringing between 300 to 500 student athletes from all around the country. We have some amazing folks that have already committed and are going to be putting them together with some of the biggest brands in the world, Meta, Facebook and Instagram, Wasserman, WWE, Influential, Influencer, and a lot of other big companies and organizations. And it's going to be a really cool event. Our goal is to make it what we hope will become the NIL of South by Southwest and Complex Con. And so in a couple of years, we want to have a few thousand student athletes there. So any brands or student athletes or universities that are listening to this talk, we would love to have you guys out. And if you just go to nilsummit.com, you can learn more information about signing up.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys both so much for coming on. Everybody out there, mark this on your calendar. It's going to be the NIL Summit of the year, of the century. And like you said, I think it's going to become an every year thing, and we're all going to want to go. So thank you guys again for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, Chris.
Thanks for having us.
Absolutely. See you guys. All right. Next up on our stage, we're going to keep the fire coming. We're going to be joined by Brendan Kaminski, founder of Be Known Agency. And we got a celebrity joining us on stage. We've got Ronnie Singh, the face of NBA 2K, otherwise known as Ronnie 2K. And this session will be moderated by yours truly, so I will stay on. How's it going, gentlemen?
Chris, what's going on?
What an introduction.
Yo. I love it. Good to see you momentarily, Brendan, at All-Star Weekend this weekend. I actually saw you in the crowd, Ronnie. I saw you talking to Guy Fieri. I wanted to be a fly on the wall for that conversation.
With Guy, it's always interesting. Actually, we shut down the bar a couple nights, and then I flew home on his private jet a couple mornings ago. He's an experience, that's for sure. By the way, how do I get one of those cool backgrounds you guys have?
Oh man, we should have sent it to you. I'll email it over in the midst of this. It's all good. Actually, we could just roll it freestyle. But yeah, no, Guy is an interesting guy. He actually put me in his limo the other night and sent me home. Yeah. So everyone's got a cool Guy story.
He's very gregarious. He's very welcoming.
Yeah. I think he deserves his mantle and where he is in the pantheon of food celebrities. He's the man. Well, thank you guys so much for joining us today. Super excited about this conversation. Brendan, obviously we had you on our first summit 6 months ago. Excited to have you back. And at the time we were trying to get Ronnie, who didn't figure it all out at the time, but super happy to have you on today, Ronnie. Obviously you guys live and breathe the world of NIL all the time. So I'm really interested to dive in and get your perspective on things. We'll start with you, Brendan. So how did your previous personal experience lead you to working so closely with athletes and helping them build their personal brands?
Yeah, so I've been working in sports digital media for the past 9 years or so. Back when I first graduated college, I was independently consulting on social. So I was working with Harrison Barnes, which led me into the sports world in a big way. And always sort of had an interest in talent, spent 7 years at ESPN. And then eventually, started this agency a year ago. But, I think with athletes generally, there's just been so much opportunity, really with talent and social, and it's evolved so much over the years. And as it relates to NIL, it's just kind of the timing was good for me, just to starting this agency last February. And wow, Ronnie has figured it out.
Oh, look at him.
Wow.
Man. Sorry.
That way more impressive than my story is Ronnie mid-session getting in on it, the action. But anyways, look, I think that there's been a huge opportunity to help kids with social, building their brands, and it's just been a big part of it. And, Ronnie, I know, is really passionate about, the community and helping the younger generation, which is sort of how, we've been linked together in a variety of ways. So, really passionate about brand building, and NIL is simply that.
Awesome. Well, I want to hear the initial story of what brought you two together.
The story of what us, who knows, Ronnie, what's the story?
The genesis.
Well, actually, he did mention Harrison. Harrison was probably our link up point, because he was working for him, and Harrison and I were really good friends. And actually, he was one of our first like guys that came out of college that we really worked with immediately. I don't think we met that year, Brendan, but maybe like a couple years into his career, just being around him a lot, and that was how we linked. But then we found out that we had a lot in common when it came to trying to help the next generation build their platform, and that was before, I mean, years before that NIL stuff. Sorry about that.
And then we had a nice time at Harrison Barnes's wedding, and that, you know, then the relationship took off from there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Love it. So I want to know about Ronnie 2K. How did you become Ronnie 2K, and how long will you be Ronnie 2K?
Wow, I don't even know where to start with that, but I think it's really analogous to what the conversation we're having, because, you know, coming out of college, I didn't really know what I wanted to do. I bounced around first in law school, then law firms, and then I bounced around in sports early in my career. But the one thing that kind of stayed consistent was I knew what brands I liked. I knew, you know, where I wanted to kind of align. And 2K was one of the big things. Like, I remember working for this baseball team, and I've talked about that at length in interviews, like having this huge PR break in grassroots around Jose Canseco. If you guys haven't read that article, go check it out. But you know, from what I didn't talk about enough was every night after, you know, running baseball ops for this minor league team, I would come back and play 2K from 11 in the morning to 5 in the morning, or 11 at night until 5 in the morning. And you know, I really enjoyed it. I was top 10 in the leaderboards in 2K5. And you know, when I had the opportunity, I was in the forums all the time before social media was really a big thing. So like, when I had the opportunity, I kept on the job boards and stuff. They actually had a position open to run the forums. I mean, you know, I love that for a reason, and it was also difficult for a reason. I mean, I started at the bottom rung, and why not, right? Like, I was just coming to college. I had no reputation in the field. But one thing that it was great about it was I really got to learn as a fan what it took to kind of like manage the fans' expectations and demands for our game, and like really listen and take feedback and kind of grow what our game was and how we marketed that game. So I think that like I always look back at that experience really fondly, because it really allowed me to have a leg up, and probably even internally on like what our game was meant to so many people, because ultimately, like, people think that you need to be a super fan of the industry that you work with, but you need a lot of like diverse thought as well. You know, like, we hire people that obviously are very heavy gamers, very heavy basketball, but we also hire people that are outside the industry to get different point of views and take those learnings, because there are some low learnings. You know, we're not in the gaming business, we're in the entertainment business, right? So like, a lot of the people that work for us are from the entertainment or CPG kind of business. Even our CEO, Strauss Zelnick, was in film for a long time. So I think that that's really important. Like, it can come from anywhere as long as you have a passion for it and can contribute.
And how did you bridge the gap from being like a professional or near professional gamer to getting into the system with 2K and then actually like working your way up the ladder?
There's a little bit of a drilling noise. I'm doing work by my house.
It's not too bad.
No worries. You asked me, how did I bridge the gap of what?
Like from being a gamer to actually working at the company and working your way up through the system.
I told them to knock it off when I was on camera, and they did not listen. I'm sorry.
Oh my god!
One more time. I'm just gonna put this on.
Yeah, no worries. So what I was asking was, how did you bridge the gap from being a near professional or professional player to getting in touch with the organization and ultimately working your way up the ladder?
Yeah, I mean, it started with the forums. Like, I got recognized because I had a distinct point of view. It's not too different than the world of influencer now, right? Like, people make these videos, they have unique characters, they have unique point of views. That was kind of what I was just really, really early, right? And they saw that I had the passion, that I could contribute positively. So that was where I got the attention. And then, I interviewed for a bunch of different positions at 2K, and finally this was the one that made the most sense. And it's so crazy, and I tell Brendan this all the time, like I grew up 5 minutes from where our office is. So it's like kind of one of these like perfect storms about like
destiny.
This amazing career meets like this amazing opportunity meets this amazing passion for that business, so.
And how did it go from you being an employee to being sort of this larger than life figure, working for the brand, but also being sort of a spokesperson?
I wish I had like a scientific answer about like, oh, there was one day where I decided to do some media training, or like we had a real serious conversation about like my shift in that. The honest truth is it was very organic. Like I remember our 2K11 launch event where we had Jordan on the cover, and our game really kind of traversed the ecosystem from like a video game to like more, right? And all of a sudden there were celebrities at our launch event, and there were athletes involved, and people were talking about us on, emerging social media a lot. And, I was kind of the facility to make that happen. So like, I remember, I'll never forget that launch event. They're like, oh, there's all these celebrities here. There's all these athletes here. We need to get content. And like, now content is like nomenclature, but back then it was like, what does that exactly mean? So like, I'll never forget. Had a couple shots of tequila, took a microphone, went up and started talking to these athletes that I had long admired. It was really organic, and it kept building. It kept taking new layers. I'll never forget. Also, like 2K14, when Hassan Whiteside got a triple double on national TV on a Sunday game. He said in a post game interview that the reason he had such a good game was he was trying to get his 2K rating up. And then the next morning, he was on Mike and Mike, Golick, and who's the other guy? Anyway,
Greeny.
Thank you. I knew the media guy would know. They're like, oh, amazing night last night. What was the catalyst? Blah blah blah. Who was the number one person to reach out to you? And he's like, Ronnie 2K. And they're like, and they just. I mean, like he had a bunch of celebrities reach out, and he was like. And you could hear Mike and Mike go silent, like they didn't know they had no idea who he was referring to, which was really, really funny. But like, there's moments in your career, and there's a lot of jump off points. But the amazing thing about this industry, and I'm sure we're going to talk about this a little bit more coming up, is there's a lot of people that are young that aspire and play our game, and our audience only gets younger every single year, because there's new people that come into our ecosystem. A lot of brands don't have that, ability to stay resonant, stay young, stay, kind of culturally relevant like we do.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's interesting. I'm friends with a lot of the guys from FaZe Clan, and the FaZe Clan guys definitely have a contingent of younger NBA and NFL players that have joined the ranks of them. And I think it was Kyler Murray who said it was like the greatest accomplishment of his whole career. So it's a testament to the youth and gaming and what it means to the youth. I mean, I'm in my early 40s, and I loved gaming when I was growing up, but there's a whole different level of appreciation that goes on now. And actually, I was listening to one of the CMOs of a major gaming company recently, and I guess the revenue from gaming is more than music, TV, and film combined, which blew me away. That's just an absolutely staggering figure. So let's change gears a little bit, because we're obviously here at the NIL Summit. Why is NIL? This is a question for both of you. Brendan, let's have you kick it off. Why is NIL something that you felt like you wanted to be a part of?
Yeah, well, started to be independent, started my agency last February. In July, everything happened and it was official. And why did I want to get involved? Probably because I couldn't go one day without 10 people saying, how are you getting involved in NIL? What are you doing? Like, it was like once July 1st happened, everyone in the world was like, oh my God, like, and there were a lot of people that prepared for it. And I'm not going to sit here and say that I had this master plan, but I think it's just for myself aligned well with what I was already doing. And it just became a lot of natural outreach. I mean, to this day, 2 days ago, I had someone call me, and his son is a, big college football player and, looking for help. And it's kind of fun because a lot of these kids wouldn't have made money otherwise. And by the way, it's not just the top 1%. Like, I think that there is so much opportunity even for smaller deals. And I think for me, it's just a way to build relationships with people early on in their career, and to put together a blueprint that is just part of my day-to-day already. So NIL is just like every other day. Someone's like, what's your NIL strategy? What are you doing? And so it just became a natural fit.
Cool. Ryan, I love your perspective, and also would love to know how that goes through the lens of, with 2K obviously being the professional level, this sort of serves as like a feeder into that. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah. When we work with an athlete, and I'm talking about, the Paul Georges or the LeBron Jameses of the world, it doesn't happen like overnight. Like, even the amount of, ability and quality that they're having on the court, like, that doesn't mean that you'll necessarily work with us. We choose people that A, love our game, B, can contribute valuably, and C, are like really passionate about like working with us organically over the years. I'll never forget the first time I worked with Paul. We did this like random retail show in Vegas, and he showed up and played 2K, and then you get a taste of when somebody likes the game. I think that the NIL thing allows us to start that path earlier, especially when they have the time and the desire to play the game. I'm sure you guys saw the Paolo My Team card a couple days ago. We've done that for a few years, given these guys. LaMelo was one of them a couple years ago. Cole Anthony was as well. There's guys that like we start that trajectory earlier to get their interest, to see how they are working with us. I think the NIL thing is just put that path earlier in people's careers, but also got us thinking about like, how do we identify people earlier and then stay connected with them so that we could be beneficiaries of their trajectory. And then the other thing I'll say is, and one of the big reasons that Brendan and I have kind of linked up and worked together a little bit, is the opportunity. And it's big for me. It's something I think about all the time with all my when I build my brain pillars. It's always about, how do I give back with the platform that I built in a positive way. And one of the big things is getting college kids, to understand the path that exists before them, and like being able to help and be a mentor and inspire them to do that. I wonder if it would have been easier for me if I had that kind of same thing. So it's really important for me to give that opportunity and link up with these athletes younger, when they can be so impacted. The NBA's had me at the NBA PA, actually, I'm sorry, have had me at the Ricky Symposium the last 3 years, outside of COVID, obviously. I've talked about that a lot with them, and then obviously I've given them the ratings, which is kind of the fun reason that they show up. But I've also talked about like, the short lifespan that is a career, to make sure that you're thinking about it early. You're learning that brain marketing early, because you only have this window. And I want to do the same for influencers. I want to do the same for athletes. It's not an NIL thing, problem for me. It's more a taking advantage of the window platform that you have to monetize and build, a platform as best you can in that short window.
Also, from a video game perspective, and if it's too nascent to say right now, with the proliferation of NIL, does that open the door? I mean, we all remember the collegiate video games of old. Now with this, is this going to usher in an era where the collegiate game can have full collegiate support with names? And, before it was always like a guy that looked like the guy that you thought it was, but like, do you think that we can go fully forward into that?
I mean, I think it's something that is possible in a way. I guess 2K has sort of done that with this My Team thing. Like, usually in March, April, when there's a draft, we work with the top draft picks. Our great player licensing team makes this happen. We reach out to some of the top draft picks. We identify those guys and then sign a deal with them while they're in college to get their My Team cards out. And we were doing this a couple years even before NIL. We identified it as a way for them to get into our game early. Now, a full scale thing, maybe. I think, as you guys probably understand, like player agreements done individually versus on the league standpoint are much more difficult. But is it possible? Sure. And it's something that our goal is to be as authentic and realistic as possible. So however we can make that happen, that's our goal. But it depends. It's everything is about opportunity cost, like in our business, what are we doing and what are we giving up by doing that? So.
Gotcha. Okay. Makes sense. So question for both of you. So I know that you guys have been involved with one of the leaders in the NIL space, our partners at Influencer. Can you guys tell me a little bit about the genesis of that partnership and what you guys do together?
Yeah, I'll start and then kick it to Ronnie there. So, like I said, when you asked me how I got involved, I didn't really plan much for it. Like I knew it was coming, but Influencer, more than anyone in the industry, has prepared for it. I know them very well. Nita Srikanth, who's over there, is a great friend. I know Jim just spoke before us. And was very impressed with what they're doing, and anything that, any partners that I align myself with, that Ronnie aligns himself with, wants to be the right fit. And I think Influencer was the right fit as far as being with the leader in the space. And, for me, I knew that they were looking to do more business development and have folks to, be able to be that link and be able to educate students about how to take advantage of their brand. And it just made so much sense for Ronnie. And so just we had a conversation about it. We discussed with Influencer, and it really ties into Ronnie's mission of, giving back to the community and helping kids, and, really having Ronnie having this unique perspective of, hey, he's an influencer, right? He has a following. He can do traditional stuff. He's the face of 2K, but he also wants to behind the scenes do a lot of things. And this was an example of that. And so for us, it's just been, how can we insert ourselves in the NIL conversation in the biggest way? I know me personally, I know Ronnie also does a lot of other things, with the younger generation outside of me. But I think that was the genesis. And, we just, wanted to be with the leader in the space, and that's why, being on this panel too, being the leader in the influencer brand space and being with you guys.
I don't know how to add to that, because he really did hit a lot of points. It is, like I said, a brand pillar of mine to be able to give back. And one of the ways that we try to help influencer was to make sure that deals were structured with, a lot of the companies that could give digital opportunities to these college kids were, done in a smart way, that we were talking to the right people, that we were connecting the dots, so that these guys were maximizing their ability to make money. But even more than that was to make the ability to learn how to market themselves. Because ultimately, again, you have a short window, you have to maximize it with the time that's given to you. And that learning curve can take a little bit longer than you would expect. And, if you can do that in college, that's what college is about, right? Like trying to learn this stuff young, instead of doing it while you're a professional, you'll be ready to be a professional. And so that's what was important for me, when I partnered. I've done a lot of video content work. I've talked to a lot of schools through them. For me, it's very important to be reaching out to these kids one-on-one, where I was given the opportunities, let me talk to these kids and give them my point of view.
Yeah. And the last thing I'll just add on that point is Ronnie is just an access point across the board, right? He's the face of 2K. People come to him, for a variety of different things, because he's just a trusted figure in the space. And so with NIL, I'm an access point, but Ronnie is a huge access point for people to know, hey, who should we be talking to? What students, what schools, what brands, an influencer felt like the right partnership. And, as stuff goes on, for myself and for Ronnie, us independently, but then as we converge, like want to be an access point for the right opportunities. And it was really a no-brainer.
Awesome. So thinking about this obviously, Ronnie, as you explained, you were kind of already in sort of a feeder situation with the collegiate kids going into the NBA because you knew it was sort of a foregone conclusion that the best players were going to be making their way in. Yep. Now with this, it feels like you could actually even take a step further back. Are you now starting to get engaged at the high school level and looking at the 5-star prospects and stuff and engaging with those people?
I think we have work to do in the college space still. I'm sure, look, I'm always aware, I've talked to Bronny and Mikey and a lot of others for years because they play 2K and they reach out, and it's not really fostering a relationship as much as it is just like, look, they play our game. I want to be a knowledge resource for them as much as I can. And then, if they keep their trajectory, then I just know that they're interested in our game, and it's easier to have that kind of conversation because, again, we want to work with people top down, right? That love 2K and have proven that they love 2K. They're not in it for the bag. They're in it because they desire to do that. That's who I talk to all the time. So college, high school, it's open. But in terms of who we're working with, we like I said, we have work to do in college before we go lower, I guess.
Makes sense. Yeah. And for you, Brendan, does that start your search a little bit earlier? Or are you finding
for him? It definitely does.
Yeah, I want to hear about that.
Yeah, I mean, for me, like I said, 2 days ago, right, I talked to a parent of a prominent player in college football wanting help. How do I grow? How do I get deals, right? It's just never ending. I think for me, it's time allocation. It's really a gift, that there's now this huge market across the board. And there's a lot of people that, want help just to get connected to brands and also just to, how do I make myself more marketable, right? How do I, be appealing to brands? Just yesterday, there was a brand that reached out to me and said, hey, we want to know any college kids that are interested in gaming and have a solid following because we want to do something with them. And it's me in a few different ways. One, connecting the kids, but then also selling to the brands. Okay, this is someone you should work with. They might not have 50,000, 100,000 followers, but they're very engaged. So I think it just leads to more resources generally. The biggest thing that I did was, last year launched a cryptocurrency for Kayvon Thibodeau and got a lot of press and, it was really exciting, and we still work on it to this day to market it. But that opportunity never would have existed. And so that just leads to more marketing for him, for myself, right, with the things that I'm doing. But yeah, it's never ending. But I think the key for me is, time allocation. I mean, all of us on this call have, time allocation is just incredibly important. And so sometimes you just have to say no, the bigger agencies, right? If you're a CAA, if you're WME, if you have a team of 20 people that can just help, you can afford to take on more work. For me, I don't. I have a team, about 4 or 5, but nothing that allows me to just say, oh, we're going to sign 10 people, right? But I always want to be in the relationship game and always just want to, even if it's just meeting kids and just saying, okay, I'll keep you in mind, right? And then if I find out, oh, Xbox, this brand was interested in gaming, this kid's a gamer, and I'll just connect the dots and let it work itself out down the road. Because at the end of the day, some of these deals are, if a kid's getting 1,000, 2,000, what am I going to take from that? I just want them to have it, me to just be this resource. But it's been very fun.
If you guys don't mind me adding, from my point of view, because obviously I'm working with athletes or influencers, I come across managers, agents, all that stuff. And I think the traditional agency model is, especially with NIL, jeopardizing that model, because all of a sudden it is about long-term care for these athletes. I hate to mention this movie, but I have to. Jerry Maguire, right? Like when he's talking about changing from going to that high-powered agency, being one of their number one guys, to going towards managing just a couple people, and really like leaning in. You look at Rich Kleiman, you look at guys like Brendan, these are the guys that are repping a couple people, but giving them their entire attention span, their entire energy, their entire thought. I think that's where we're going, especially with NIL, it's going to be harder for a CAA or whatever to take risks and bring on, 1,000 NIL athletes, and with only the hope that 3 are going to work out. I think if for a guy like Brendan, he can identify the top guys early, get in with them early, and then pay, start looking at programs like the Kayvon, crypto thing, to make that money along the way, and then eventually, you're in a good spot when their career blossoms.
Nice. So boutique agencies with bespoke services, you think will probably win the day?
Yeah, because it's more about brand building than it is about full serving. Like the truth is, a lot of agencies, like, generally, they have the big partners, but they're submitting like 40 names then the partner picks. But the guys that are lower in that 40 are never getting deals, and there's an opportunity there, and that's why those guys get so upset over time. I mean, I'm just speaking from so many conversations with my athlete friends, who say the same thing. They're very frustrated that the top guys get deals over and over again, and I'm like, look, you need to find somebody who cares for you, who's gonna just make it about your best interest. And there's an appetite with these companies that where you can get money from any of them if somebody really cares to drive it home.
Yeah, I think that's sort of the beauty of the NIL movement in general, is that it really goes from the top down. So you've got a 5-star type of recruit athlete that's going to get like the big national deals, but then you also got like the local car or the local sandwich shop, that literally could do a track and field star, could do a third stringer that has, this era is not necessarily all about star power. It's also about content creation. Can you guys speak a little bit about that?
100%. I think Mikey's going to be a very successful basketball player. Well, Mikey Williams is Mikey Williams because of his social media, what he does on content, and he's getting enormous deals in fashion and the periphery verticals that are sports, and he's doing it because he knows he's a content creator that happens to play basketball, and play it very well. So that's the future. These if there's any advice I have for kids is have a unique point of view. And this is, we have that logo program in 2K where we assign logos to streamers and athletes and whatever. And anytime a streamer asks me, why can't I get a logo? It's because it's about creating a unique point of view, a unique thing. If you're funny, be funny. If you're not funny, don't try to be funny because it's not gonna work. Be very uniquely you, work really, really hard, put out as much content as possible. And you've never made it, right? You're always working. So you can build an audience, and then all of the rewards of that are going to come. Just like I said, circling back to the beginning of this conversation, I started from the bottom at 2K, right? That didn't. I had a lot of people looking out for me, and I had a lot of luck with the rise of social media and gaming and storytelling around individuals. All of that is true, but I also worked really hard, and I was unique in the way that I storytold. Those two, if you ask any CEO, any successful person, that is the theme, right? Those two things are true.
No doubt about it. Yep. Yeah, it's funny because that was actually the advice question was my very next question for you. So thank you for having ESPN reading my mind. Brendan, anything you want to add to that? Anything about what you give advice or I mean, you talk to kids all the time.
Yeah, but just before that, just expanding on Mikey Williams, it's interesting. I said this to someone the other day. If I'm a brand, I'd want to work with Mikey Williams more than I think any college basketball player in the country right now. And I'm not sure it's even close. I'm not sure who that number 2 is, but that's pretty wild when you think about it. He's not even in college yet, but it's to what Ronnie's point is, he's a content creator. He's a huge audience, right? So the advice is to really hone in on content. Like it's exactly that. It's hard because a lot of guys, and I've seen it, like don't really want to put in the work. Like they're like, okay, I got to be great on the court or the field or whatever, because that's what's going to make them the most money. And it's true. It's absolutely true. There's room for a lot. There's rooms for both. And, that's what bothers me when people criticize like X player is too much on TikTok. They should be focused on the football field. It's like, they got 24 hours in a day, like some of it's optics, but like the amount of things that people can do in one day outside of it, like they're not practicing 24 hours a day. Right. So I'd say it's to block out some of that noise and to realize that like, to have confidence that like you will figure it out and people will recognize it and it'll be the best way to market yourself. The other thing I just want to say is from what you were talking about with the local car dealerships or sandwich shops and all those things, like, in headlines, you see Bryce Young, 7-figure deal, Kayvon Thibodeau launching this coin, whatever. Like there's all these different things that are like really big, but behind the scenes, and we've touched on this multiple times, there's a lot of opportunity. And, and I hope that kids are not, what's the word I'm looking for? They don't feel jaded. Exactly. Because it's like, oh, damn, I can't make all that. It's like, guess what? You can make $1,000 or $1,500 and that's great money that you wouldn't have had before. And it's not maybe press worthy, but like, those are the things for me, like I was talking about, like, if I can help kids get partnerships and it leads to more deals here and there, like it just makes the world go round. And there's a lot of opportunity and there's a lot of kids that frankly are probably overwhelmed with like, I spoke at a conference like, months ago and the kids were like, yeah, we don't know what to do. Like, okay, NIL's here. And so over time, it'll become more mature for kids to get that understanding. But the beauty is, there's smaller things. They could get a free gym membership, they could get, free food for posting on Instagram and like all that stuff adds up. And it's the stuff that people aren't talking about, but it's significant.
Yeah, we remember being poor college students needing ramen. If you get a Chick-fil-A hookup, you'll take it, right?
Yep.
So, we're about to wrap up, but, it's interesting just to see like the first 8 months of NIL. I feel like we're the gold rush. It was a cash grab. Everyone's trying to get their deals. I feel like now that it's established and, there's some success and some learnings out in the marketplace, that the next thing is going to be that refinement, the athletes learning to be better content creators. And us at Influential, we actually, we formed Influential U and we brought in a team to do that specifically because, and Patrick, obviously, Brendan, we did that because we want to be the 2.0 solution. And with that, the final thing for both of you guys is predictions as far as the future of NIL. What do you guys see coming down the short term, maybe the long term?
So I think one thing as far as prediction is right now there is such an opportunity with brands because they don't know what to do. There's just so many brands out there. They're just like, oh yeah, NIL. Like, and look, as time goes on, that'll be less and less. But if you're an athlete, just pitching brands that didn't even think about it leads to more opportunity. So frankly, folks might be able to get more money than they will over time because brands might be like, oh, wait, that didn't make sense. Like this actually didn't provide ROI the way we wanted it. So I think the aggression, especially now, is super important. And I think long-term, I think it ties into what Ronnie was saying, and maybe Ronnie has other thoughts to what you just asked, Chris, but, it's about, really being attached to their brand and really having a vested interest. And the more that agents or managers or representatives have a vested interest in kids over time, I think the more they're going to be rewarded, because the way that kids are going to be building their, deals and partnerships starting off is not going to be a State Farm commercial, right? Like the State Farm commercial will be the top 1%. And maybe when you get to the league, it's going to be based on your Instagram followers. It's going to be based on how good are you at TikTok. And, the reality is agents traditionally, that's not what they do. They're focused on the contracts, and more, there's matured systems around them. But I just think a lot about that and what Ronnie said, just about the brand building and like the people that are vested interest. It's going to lead to a ton of, students in college, right? I wish I was in college when, I was at UNC and I could have brought deals to all these guys and could have led something, right? Like, so it's just going to lead to a lot more of that, where all of a sudden there's going to be less friction to getting access to talent.
Got it. Ronnie, last word.
Yeah, but not by the way, not just with the athlete, but just with the potential to represent these people, right? Like I said, the old model of the big agency, like taking a step back because of this, because more people, the reason that's happening is because I'm going to make a friend in college and I'm going to go with him on his whole journey because I'm going to invest in his content, or I'm going to invest in his brand building, or I'm going to invest in his partnership stuff. Like whatever I can add value, that's what I'm going to do. And then he's going to have less of a need to have a traditional agency. It's not going to happen tomorrow. I think Brendan's right in that right now it is buzzy, right? And everybody jumps on the buzzy thing like NFTs and crypto and whatever. NIL was definitely part of that. But then it's going to come down to the foundations of how does a business operate? What are they looking for in their brand partners? And some of the things are followers and whatnot, but like a lot of it's like, is this person a fan of our brand? Are they a good person? Do we feel comfortable with what they're putting out in the universe? A lot of that is going to come back to it. I definitely think there's an opportunity on both sides, and it's going to really start, like, it's rough around the edges right now, and it's going to become much more smooth and what you would expect. But I think that the biggest sacrifice here is going to be the big agency. I think that's going to be the downtrodden.
Cool. Well said. I could have this conversation with you guys for hours more. Unfortunately, our time is up. So thank you so much, Ronnie 2K, Brandon Kaminski. Truly an honor to have you both here on the stage. Hopefully, we're going to be doing more of these things. So hopefully we'll have you guys back. And hopefully you guys are heading down to Atlanta as well for the big summit in June, because I think that's going to be really exciting. And I know both of your perspectives will be highly valued.
Sounds great.
Awesome.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you, Chris.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. All right. So we're going from one awesome conversation to the next. Obviously, you got to see a celebrity of the sports world and a awesome agent doing their thing. We're a little bit behind, so we'll move right into the next one. Now we're going into the sports space, getting the athlete's perspective. So we have Chase Griffin, QB at UCLA football, Rasan Kazadi, cornerback at SMU, and Emily Cole, Duke's track and field athlete. Moderated by our own Patrick Hayes, director of Influential U.
All right.
Hey, what's up, Patrick?
Thanks, CD. Good to see everyone. Chase, Emily, Rasun, how are you guys?
How you doing?
Doing well.
Doing great. Thank you so much for having us.
Great.
Nice to meet y'all.
We figured out the backgrounds too. It's a huge start to the day. That's
yeah,
great.
Looking good, guys. Looking sharp. All right, I'll leave you guys to it. Enjoy the conversation.
All right, I appreciate it. Thank you, everyone. Again, Chase, Emily, Rasun, great to have you guys here. I know different sports, different areas of the country, so we're going to dive into a lot today. Emily, I'm going to start with you because you are at the ACC championships right now.
I am.
Right?
I'm in my
Where's
hotel
that
room.
being held?
We are Virginia Tech, so we're in Blacksburg, Virginia right now.
Okay, got it. Chase, you're out in LA, and then Rasun in Dallas here. I'm in Dallas as well. So, well, I think this is going to jump right into it. You know, speaking of, you're at a championship right now and also at our summit. So I really appreciate the time here. Jumping right into the balance of this. NIL is very new. You guys are student athletes first, students, you practice, school, games, everything like that. So Emily, kind of just jumping in right away, you're out of town right now. Like, how do you balance everything going on? It doesn't have to just be deals, but the conversations on how to build your brand, some of the opportunities that come your way, things of that nature.
It's definitely been a learning process. I think that that's something a lot of athletes are kind of navigating right now and trying to figure out for themselves. But for me, I'd say it's definitely been beneficial I like to do a lot of my NIL work on the weekends and then try and focus on school and practice during the week just because I don't have a lot of free time. But it's something that comes naturally to me and I really enjoy. So I can kind of do it in my spare time while I'm walking to classes just on my phone, and it's really convenient. And that's something that I appreciate about it, but it's definitely important. You can let it take up way more time than it should. So it's something that I've definitely had to kind of learn and work through over the past few months as I've gotten more into it.
Yeah. I mean, we started in July, we're here in February. I mean, I'm sure you've learned a lot. Like, what were those progressions from, okay, maybe I need to post some more, or here's what some brands want. Here's some different kind of conversations. Now that we're 7 months into it, what's really changed for your mindset?
It's actually a great question. I at first was a lot more active on Instagram. I was really worried about like making sure I was posting every day. And I've always been super big on posting stories throughout the day and just kind of keeping people updated with my life. But I got more into TikTok recently and realized that TikTok it grows exponentially faster. So I don't have to worry as much about having a post every single day on Instagram. I like to focus more on just stories. And then TikTok has been something that has been a lot more important for me as I've gotten more into it to really grow the following and let people learn what my brand is about.
Got it. Love it. Chase, you and I first connected on LinkedIn. I actually was talking to someone yesterday, telling them who was all on our panel, and they were like, I've been following Chase since he was like 12. He's been putting himself out there since day one. So I see it everywhere. What's that balance like for you? And, what have you been involved with?
Yeah, so I actually started social media to keep in touch with guys that I met while bobbling at Elite 11. So that's how it started out. But now I'm using social media primarily for content creation. I think the last panel touched on it greatly, where they talked about student athletes as content creators, and we always have been. We create value in content for our universities. It's just now we can profit off of that. And with this opportunity, it's really an empowerment opportunity. And those who use social media to create that content and grow their name, I think, are finding themselves doing well in this market.
Football was one of the first sports to see NIL, and now you've gone through a whole season. So what was that like during the season, and now that you've got to learn and, go through that for the first time? What's it like, sitting here in the off season with still some obligations and still have school? Where is that? Where are you at with that?
There's definitely a lot more downtime that can be allocated. I think after the first season, it was also the first couple quarters of this market. So some brands were hesitant. I think now that brands see the payoff and see that student athletes are delivering early on, that in these next couple of quarters, they'll start to invest more into the space.
I love that. Ra, you and I, we met here in Dallas, and you gave a really interesting story, and one that I have never, heard in NIL before. And you mentioned that, you're using NIL with your painting and being an artist. Can you let everyone know, what you're up to, with your art?
Yeah. So mostly it started out as just painting like for friends and family, like guys on the team. And then as soon as NIL hit, I kind of had a portfolio already, was super ready. And it kind of just took off, got a few hundred retweets, and, ended up on the news a little bit. I feel like everybody else did too on the panel. But yeah, I was late to the game, especially not like Chase, didn't really start in high school, and Emily, I'm not really on TikTok, but ended up getting in a few galleries, a lot of attention just from SMU, and being able to use my art to partner with my nonprofit and use a lot of the money I got from art to help other people out, just using the money from that to feed people experiencing homelessness, school supplies, yeah, et cetera. Anything that I could kind of do to help. So still figuring it out, but yeah, as long as we keep moving, I feel like it can't go wrong.
Yeah, similar to Chase, you've gone through a football season as well and discovering, what's new and what are the trends, what is it like right now that you sit back a little bit more in the off season, have a little bit more time to focus on those?
Yeah, it's a lot more about building. Like I'm a little bit slower with like putting stuff out. I like to make sure everything is like fully formulated, or I have like kind of a plan before I do it. It used to be, oh, I'm doing this right now. Like I got to post about it. And it's in between the 5 a.m. wake up, and it's in between trying to sneak a meal in before classes. And it's in between, just trying to finish all the homework, get ready for like graduating, trying to figure out what masters you're doing, like a bunch of stuff like that. So now I get to like kind of sit down. I can spend 4 or 5 hours on a painting. I can, work on the nonprofit. I can just do a lot more. So like, I think like Chase said, it's just about like timing, and people have an idea of what NIL is now. So they're a lot more likely to try and like reach out and do something.
Yeah. Emily, these guys got the first glance at NIL through their football season. For track, it didn't start off right away. You're practicing, but now you're in the full competition. I mean, what would you say you've learned from, other Duke athletes or any, student athlete during the fall to the winter and now heading into the spring where you're at?
I've definitely learned a lot. I think it's been interesting to see how I have a friend, Nakai, and he's on lacrosse, and he's done a really great job. And I learned a lot from him. As soon as he was starting to post different things about partnerships, I reached out. And I think that that's one of the biggest recommendations I would have for other athletes is to reach out to the other ones that are also taking advantage of NIL. It's actually something that I've thought of as kind of creating a kind of community or some group chat of some sort where we can all communicate and talk about everything NIL, especially rates and different things like that, and how you are wording your communication with brands and different things like that. I think that could be really helpful. But I definitely think that that's been huge for me, is getting to learn and message other athletes at Duke as well that have been working with brands, because everyone has completely different experiences, especially across sports, and you can learn a lot from other people.
Yeah, I feel like we're all in this together. We're learning, as we go by. And just like you mentioned, your lacrosse friend, I feel, football and maybe men's and women's basketball have kind of been highlighted as more so as getting some of those opportunities. But you look into lacrosse and track, and I'm in this every day, and I follow a lot of different sports and student athletes, and a lot of them are doing, incredible things to build their brands up, just like you are. You have hundreds of thousands of followers on TikTok, and you're track athletes. So what do you see the differences in that? And you feel like, track athletes do have a lot to add?
I definitely think that there's a big difference. I mean, as you all know, especially for like football, people can just get reached out to just simply because they're on the team. Whereas for track, you definitely have to have a following and have to be putting out good content. And I think that's definitely an aspect where NIL has a lot of room to grow, is that there aren't a lot of track athletes being taken advantage of right now. And the fact that they are highly followed and they are putting out good content, but maybe they're not reaching out to brands as much, and brands aren't realizing that they exist. And on the flip side of that, though, is that I think there's a ton of potential for NIL to help the track world grow, because it generally doesn't get that much coverage. And I think that a lot of people aren't like, oh my gosh, the NCAA track championships are on, let's go watch. Like, it's just not something that people do right now. And I think that that's something that could really grow as different track athletes grow their social media pages and work with different brands and create a name for themselves.
Chase, going to that, like, have you had other, classmates or student athletes in other sports reach out to you for some guidance and some help?
Definitely, all the time. Anytime that I post, and probably all the athletes who get deals, their teammates are definitely interested. I think contrary to popular belief, not everyone is getting deals. And a lot of these kids, they're trying to create content, trying to post things, trying to emulate what other people on their teams are doing. But I think that there's some ownership on the brands to maximize this opportunity, where there are a lot of student athletes who are coming out with great content, not just in the revenue generating sports, but all of the sports. And like I said earlier, we're content creators, we're proven value creators, and the brands that step into the market are going to really reap the blessings of it.
I'm on a lot of different brand calls, and I know there's a lot of brand marketers on in the audience right now. So I want them to hear from you guys as far as like the daily lives and what goes into this. And I think that I've seen too, there's more brands that want a lot more diversity amongst sports, and really just looking at social media followings and how they can help support and elevate their brand versus that, these people are on TV, more than others. And so I do think that that's becoming a little bit more of a trend. And I love that. And I think that, everyone can lean on each other a little bit more. Looking at football and Raw, again, going back to your season there, what's the conversation like in the locker room? There's wins and losses, and sometimes, teammates can view one or the other in a different way. And so how can you maintain, keeping true to who your brand is, and while like letting your audience know, hey, I'm here for football, but there's also still a life outside of that?
Yeah, I think that's something big I've tried to communicate even with other guys. And like football it's really up and down. Like, wins are the height, losses like hurt, but especially when your brand kind of depends on the visibility of that, and people can see like how you react or how you react after a win or a loss. And that affects maybe your revenue outside of football, because people are like, oh, you guys lost. Like, you need to focus on football, kind of like somebody said on the last presentation. But yeah, I think focusing on like stuff outside of football, like helping guys build their brands. I've taken like pictures for people, made templates, kind of just like made it so that it's a little bit more streamlined and easier for them to put out content. And I think that helps a lot too. Like the conversations are mostly like, where do we go from here? Like, how do you do this? Like, how'd you even like grow a platform? And like SMU is not that big of a school. It's not like UCLA. It's not like everybody has this huge like audience kind of. So it's getting there, but I think that it's a little bit harder to get through all the noise of Dallas even.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, to your point, I mean, each of you go to different schools and different levels of schools, and Chase and Raw, you're in bigger cities, and Emily, Durham might not be at that magnitude. So maybe I'll focus on a smaller community like Durham and the North Carolina area. What's the community been like as far as NIL, and really like embracing the changes, and how maybe local brands and companies can get more involved?
Honestly, it's been great. I think that it being a smaller community actually makes it a little bit easier, because it's easier for the athletes who are putting effort in and doing NIL to kind of show through. And I've loved getting to communicate and work with different brands that are around. I think there are a couple of different restaurants that have reached out, and I love getting to work with the different marketers, because I mean, people have great ideas. And I had one, and he was talking all about like creating a special and like having a run club. And it's just like, there are so many different things you can do with these different local communities, and people love getting involved. So I think that that's something that's definitely a benefit to being in a smaller community, but there are also flip sides to it that are beneficial for being in a larger city as well. But definitely Durham, I love the community there, and I've been really grateful to have the partnerships that I've had.
Remind me, are you from the area?
I'm not. I'm actually from Houston, so
okay.
We're a big city.
Yeah, the Texas crew. Yeah. So now that you've been able to interact more so in the Durham community, I mean, are they giving you a lot of free reign in the creativity? I mean, you're there, and this has become your home now. Is there a level of, hey, I want to do this, or here's some ideas, and they listen? Or, what are those conversations like?
It's definitely a give and take for sure. I think that since everyone is so new to the NIL space, a lot of the companies I've worked with haven't done any NIL deals before. And so they're very interested to see what my ideas are and see what I'd like to do with them. And I really appreciate when they come with ideas as well, because then we can kind of weed through and pick out the best ones. But they definitely let me have some creative edge in the conversation as well, which I really appreciate.
Yeah, I like that. There's everything in collaboration. So I love that. And Chase, getting to, LA, there's, so many people there, and we just saw the Rams win a Super Bowl. They're, a pretty big sports town. So what's the community there been like as far as NIL?
I think Emily sort of touched on it. I think student athletes, especially at the top college in their town, have an advantage where they're not competing with Aaron Donald for deals. They're competing with each other, but there's Matt Stafford, Justin Herbert, we got the Lakers, Clippers, all that. In a city like LA. So you really have to be able to tap into your fan base. I think as far as magnification over social media and perception, it definitely helps to be in LA. And then a lot of the power brokers and move makers are out here. So if you actually just want to have lunch or have a meeting, it definitely helps to be in this proximity.
Have you connected with any of those pro athletes out in LA, and have you discussed, hey, if you were in my shoes now, what would you do with NIL? I mean, there's really some big names that came out of, USC and UCLA right there.
Right. Not really so much as far as alumni, but as far as the UCLA community and the Bruins who have come through, and not necessarily athletes, but those in the business side have definitely been supportive and have given great advice.
Yeah. How about you, Ra? Anyone in the SMU Dallas community specifically, from the Cowboys, Stars, Mavericks, touch base with anyone, discuss what NIL would be like for them today?
Yeah, actually, because my dad's a coach. So knowing all those guys, it's not so much like the Mavericks or Dallas or whatever, but a lot of people come to Dallas to train. So just training with them at SMU, or like just training with them with guys like, that everybody trains with Flight, whoever, but they've all kind of been like, man, I wish like I would have grew my platform a little bit more. Like in college, if I was you, I'd be doing this, this, and this. If I was you, I would, be posting on TikTok. If I was you, I would be like trying to sell my paintings to everybody. So like they've been pretty like informative, but I think they also forget kind of what it was like to be like a college athlete and like have all those things to do. So it's funny. I think like 2020 is definitely like, hindsight's 2020. So yeah, I think that it's like they're looking through it with like rose-colored glasses a little bit, but it's been really helpful like talking to those guys and getting in touch with maybe the people who manage them and just kind of understanding what they go through so that I don't have to go through some of the same things.
It's got to be interesting, as a professional athlete, and some are specifically more in the NFL now. A lot of them were on the NCAA football video game, and, that went away. Now there's talks of maybe that coming back with, we've learned a lot going through different stages here in the group licensing and being able to use the name, image, and likeness on the back of your jersey and be able to sell those things. So that's what we're, I think what we're at right now is seeing some of those different trends and seeing some of the, creativity around it. I mean, NFTs are big right now. The group licensing and the jersey sales are in there. So, Ra, I'll go back to you. What are some of these newer trends that you've really looked at and maybe you want to get a part of?
Yeah, so kind of with like the art and creating like brands and stuff like that, I think I have a lot more versatility when it comes to getting into NFTs. I can like get into selling them and just like talking to people who are in that space. I'll hop on a Discord every now and then. Ended up selling like 5 of them, but I haven't like really invested super hard in that space. But then also just looking into the trends, like, okay, student athletes want to create a brand. I have a camera. I know how to use Photoshop. I know how to use like InDesign. Why don't I just help my friends make one? So then, I'll just like start building like channels for guys and like show them how to like make a podcast. Like, hey, you need a DSLR, like go here. And I think like just following that sort of trend and just like seeing and listening to what people want has helped me the most. But other than that, really that's it. Just trying to listen to the guys, listen to like some of the girls, especially on the track team. Just that's really it. Just helping them out.
A lot of power and collaboration. No, I love that. Emily, how about you? I know, unlike football where now they're looking to jersey sales, what would be unique for track and field and what you want to accomplish in some of these newer trends?
I think something that be unique is definitely more on like the fitness side. So a lot of people are a lot more invested in different things like nutrition and kind of different routines that you have for training and recovery. I think that's super huge in the track world. And I've seen a lot of traction on my different posts that I put out with like, different things for hip tightness or morning oats recipe, different things like that. I think that's definitely something that's more niche to the track world and people are a lot more interested in, and I like taking advantage of.
And correct me if I'm wrong, you wrote a book, right? Or you have a book?
Yeah. So I am in the process of writing a book and it's called Athletes. So it's EATS at the end.
I love that.
And thank you. And it's basically, I went through high school and learning how to properly fuel my senior year is 100% the reason why I was able to be running at Duke. I didn't have the times I needed to my junior year and was able to make a big transition. And I just wish there had been some simple to understand, easy to read guide to sports nutrition for athletes. And something that I did was I interviewed a bunch of different elite athletes like April Ross and a World Series champion, a bunch of different people, and asked them what they wish they had known when they started their athletic career. And I gave them each a chapter. I take a core lesson from their story, and then I have a recipe at the end of the chapter teaching you how to put it into practice. So I'm really excited to get that out there and be able to help the next generation of athletes reach more of their potential because they're able to get that recovery in earlier on in their career.
Well, that's super unique. No, I love everything about that. And when can we expect that to go hit the shelves?
In September. I'll be publishing in September.
Awesome. That's great. And Chase, what about you? You know, I see you everywhere. You know, you're speaking a lot, you know, learning all the time. What are some of these new trends that you want to be a part of?
Right. Of course, like everyone on this panel, haven't reached the level of success in this space that we want to. And we, of course, always want to grow. So I'm focused on content creation, but I'm also focused on being able to give back, whether it be adding community value to those around me by donating a piece of all my deals to the LA Food Bank backpack program. But I'm also doing a venture. It's already been started in January, and we'll pitch at the upfronts in March. But it's with Uniworld Group, which is the largest multicultural advertisement agency in the world. And basically, there's a whole bunch of BIPOC creators that aren't represented well, that aren't given the tools for production, and they have talent. And we want to create a space where they can be mentored and have the ability to create magnificent things. And so we'll pitch those in March. And then I'm also focused on the financial education side. A lot of these student athletes, especially in revenue generating sports, are Black. They come from low income households and they need guidance, and not just the ones who are going to be pros. Of course, there's already a whole industry that is revolving around educating these athletes who make it to the professional world and protecting them from the other industry, which is reaping off of them. But there's also a whole bunch of student athletes who are the first ones in their families to go to college, who are the only ones in their towns and their high schools to be at the schools that they've made it to, where if they get the tools early on how to invest, how to budget, how to pay loans, how to pay a mortgage, then that can really set the stage for their economic upward mobility for generations to come.
You all are superstars. And honestly, like, this is what I was hoping with NIL. There's so many cool stories out there, and I'm glad you all are sharing that with everyone. I mean, each of you have a unique way, but, you know, really wanting to give back. And that is so great. And, you know, just like to touch on your point, you know, we all want sports to last forever. You know, it's all fun, but setting yourself up for life after sports, that's the reality for it. And how, you know, Ra, I'll go to you. Like, how has NIL really helped shape life after sports for you?
Yeah, I could talk about this for like 2 hours, but yeah, mostly before NIL, I had to have like 2 accounts. Like, I had my one with football that had more followers, and I had like one with maybe like 600, and it was where I used to put my sketches. And obviously, if something's not like making you a ton of money, you can't spend that much time on it, especially like with the schedules we have right now. And as soon as NIL hit, it just like allowed me the opportunity to kind of become more of an artist and like invest more in my skills. And then also like turn that into almost, you know, something that like, okay, now I can kind of like tell people why I'm investing in this. I can bring it like in a bullet portfolio. I'm like, no, this is like how much I made. This is what I'm doing. This is like who I can help with this money. This is like where I can go. And I can like, I feel like you can turn stuff into like a real career once you like show people how you've done it so far. So yeah, NIL has like allowed me to really give like my nonprofit some visibility. The arts definitely been taken off. Like, I wasn't allowed to be in like galleries, or if I wasn't allowed to be there because like name, image, likeness. I couldn't have like my name on my pieces, couldn't really do anything other than do it for fun. So
that's wild. I mean, taking such a talent away. If anyone hasn't seen his art, I mean, check out his Instagram page. I mean, a couple of them. I mean, it's fantastic, man. So I'm glad that it's allowed you that ability to, dive deep into your passion for that, but also include others into that as well. So, man, you're doing great things. Emily, how about you?
Sorry, I couldn't get my mic to unmute. What do you mean, like an aspect of like at Duke as well, or?
Yeah, just in general, your life after track,
Yeah.
the things that you're working on, maybe it's your book or other aspirations. What has NIL really allowed you to, in your mind,
Yeah.
after school and after sports, take it to that next level?
So I think it's been a tremendous help. I think that the biggest part of it is whenever we're putting effort and time into our social media followings and our content and our brand that we're putting out right now, it's not something that we'll lose whenever we graduate. We've got our platforms, and that's something we can keep with us for the rest of our lives. And the people who are invested in us aren't invested in like just the Duke athlete. They're invested in you, and they're invested in Chase, and they're invested in Rasun. So it's like whenever you graduate and you move on to bigger things, those people will still be with you. And I think that that's a huge add. And I'm really grateful that that's something that I'll be able to have, especially with my book. I think that I'd love to create more of a brand around healthy living lifestyle and helping younger athletes learn how to feel properly earlier on. I think that's something that I know that's something I'm very passionate about. And so I love that I'm getting to build an audience around that now that I can carry on with me in whatever career I want to take afterwards.
Yeah. So we're looking at book number 1 and then book 2, 3, 4, and so on and so forth.
I don't know about that yet. It's been a lot of work to get the book out.
I can imagine.
But I'm really excited about it.
Yeah, that's great. Chase.
I mean, other than what I mentioned, I think down the line, I want to build generational wealth, and I want to be able to give back through either philanthropy or public service, and do all of that while maintaining my faith. Until then, over these next couple of years, I still have 3 years of eligibility here at UCLA. I'm getting my master's now. Who knows? I'll get that next spring. So I got to find something else to get into, maybe even a PhD program. But sky's the limit. Over these next couple of years, though, I want to make sure that I maximize my time here at UCLA and be able to give back to as many athletes as I can, because this first cohort of athletes is setting the stage for how brands and athletes interact down the line.
No, I love that too. We've got a little bit of time left here. I'm going to kind of dive into, I hear, building the brand, what you want to do afterwards. Now that, using NIL to your advantage for the remainder of your, college careers here, what are some of these limits that you all are willing to push, whether it is to, make your art, raw into an NFT or really, think outside the box, what are some of these, creative elements that you really want to push with your time left in school?
Yeah. So with me, I feel like after like getting all these skills in school, like the Photoshop, InDesign, like just like branding work that I just been messing with, even when I didn't really have, like the opportunity to use it. I think it's given me kind of the tools to take it as far as I want. Like I even like with the nonprofit, I can do all the branding myself. I can like talk to people. I know how to pitch. I know how to do a ton of stuff like that. So I think like I want to take it super far. Like I want to be like a James Carey Marshall. I want to be a Basquiat or like an Andy Warhol, whoever one of those guys. But now with NIL, I can definitely start that now. So it's been really interesting. And I feel like Chase said, we're the first like cohort of athletes to kind of figure it out. So I think like as long as we start finding people along the way to help us with that, then we can take it as far as we want to.
We had someone drop in a question here asking if you would drop an NFT of your art or if you have already.
Yeah, I can I can link myself right here. But yeah, I've got some on my Twitter, some on my Instagram, which is like RA5UN on Instagram, first and last name on Twitter. But yeah, I've got a ton. I'm working on a different series right now where it's all about like artists and just like kind of using their influence to paint portraits of them.
That's great. And Emily, how about you? I know book is a lot, it's taking up some time and, we'll stick to the first one right now, but, are there other things that you're willing to push that limit on, whether it's creating other personal brand items or websites or anything like that to really come full circle on your social media?
Yeah, for sure. So I think the whole world of crypto and Web3 and everything like that, I think there's a lot of potential with it. And I even had a call kind of last week through my agent, Michael Raymond, and they were just educating us on different things like that. And there's even a company who's talking about doing different deals with like putting out a shoe design. And so you have the physical shoe, but you also have the NFT that goes with it. And it being something that you put out, as you only have obviously a limited number of them. And I think just there's an infinite number of possibilities like that you can go through and put out. And I'm really open to all of it. I'm very excited about the whole space. My sister is actually in charge of like the crypto portion of a hedge fund. So I'm very interested and involved in that space. And I'm very excited about it.
That's great. So the crypto thing is a little above me right now. I'm trying to learn every single day, but and Chase, I'll end with you too on this. What are you willing to push that needle and, do something a little bit different that maybe you wouldn't with NIL?
Yeah, I think Web3 is definitely interesting. More personal to myself. I grew up loving music. I've been playing the violin since I was around 3.5. And that was really the first thing that taught me how to learn and taught me how to train. And I've always loved music. Growing up, I made a lot of beats. And now that I'm in college, I have a little bit more free time, especially in grad school. And so I've been picking that back up. I actually have a SoundCloud. I might plug myself like Rasim did.
That's awesome. I need to see that. I need to listen.
Yeah, I mean, it's fun. It's a good hobby. And then it's great content because it's interactive and it's something that is true to myself. And like the last panel says, all about authenticity, both for the brands and for the people that they work with in their partnerships. And as athletes, creating that real connection where Emily mentioned it's not me as a quarterback, that's one aspect, but it's really from you to Chase Griffin.
Right. I'll also add on to that a little bit. I think something that I thought of earlier when Rashawn was talking was about the different aspect of like brands being a little bit more connected, maybe after a win or less after a loss. I think kind of to his point, it's definitely more of like this whole new world of NIL and creating our brands allows us to have, it's been majorly talked about more recently, but having your identity in something else besides your sport. There's a lot of research out there supporting the fact that being able to have your identity and your self-worth based on something else besides your competition actually helps you be more successful and helps you enjoy the sport more and perform better as well. So I think this whole world, although social media can be overwhelming if you get too much into it and different things like that, I think it provides a great opportunity for athletes to have their identity and self-worth in something else and maybe even provide a little bit of distraction from off the field so they don't get too wrapped up about it.
We have 2 minutes left and we have one question here. And anyone feel free to answer this or all three of you. When you all create content, what are you focusing the content on? A day in the life, your hobbies, or what's the focus?
Mine's more about, it's all art right now, which I do want to kind of like start to not branch away, but definitely like diversify like the content a little bit. But all art for me. So I guess that falls in my hobbies.
I can go. I definitely do a lot more of like the day in the life. I'll do kind of behind the scenes of traveling to a different track meet or a practice or different training routines that I like to do. And I've had a lot of younger athletes really appreciate that because they love seeing what a college athlete is doing and comparing that to what they're doing at home.
I mean, for me, most of my content is on the personal side, the music and stuff like that. But it's primarily football. I still have 3 years of eligibility. I'm still trying to win a Rose Bowl. And then on the NIL side, empowerment for athletes.
That's great. 1 minute left. I have one question. We've got a lot of different brands in our audience right now. You don't have to say a specific one, but all this being said, from building up your brand, creating the content, staying true to who you are, what would be that brand vertical that if you could have, a relationship or a partnership with, what would that be? Emily, I'll start with you.
I would definitely love to do some sort of sports nutrition product or even like a clothing line of workout clothes. I think that I'm open to any kind of any brand name being on that, but I think being able to put a product out that is like specifically through me that I fully believed in and supported would be really exciting for me.
Amazing. Chase Raw.
For me, it'd be more on the education side for athletes and brands on best practices. My major here at UCLA was public affairs, and we created playbooks and prospectuses for communities around us to best use infrastructure to help the maximum amount of people. And I see NIL as no different. It's an empowerment, equity opportunity, and for brands to deliver on a lot of the promises that they've made in the past, especially during the summer of the George Floyd murder. I think there's a lot of athletes who are primed and ready to make generational progress. And this is a great opportunity. It's a great time in college to start that. And all brands have to do is deliver on their word.
All right, guys. Well, this was an amazing conversation. We truly have some brilliance in this room. The arts are alive and well on this panel. We've got music, we've got writing, we've got fine arts. Thank you, Chase, Ra, Emily. You guys are so impressive, and you are the future. Thank you for joining us. And I'm going to embarrass him for one quick second, but today is Patrick Hayes' birthday. So join me in wishing Patrick a happy birthday.
I appreciate it. Yeah, 1 year older.
Thank y'all so much for having us. It's been a pleasure.
Really appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you guys for joining
Appreciate
us.
it.
All right. We'll see
Thank
you
you,
guys.
Chris. Thank you, Patrick.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you.
Absolutely. Our pleasure. All right. Look at that, guys. The youth generation bringing the heat. Love it. Thank you all so much for your time today. Let's keep the show rolling with our next speaker, Dave Sethi, the head of sports at Instagram, who is my new buddy. We went to All-Star Weekend this past weekend together and had a blast. And the session will be joined by my own flesh and blood, my brother, our CEO, Ryan Dietert. What's up, Dave?
What's going on, Chris? How are you recovering from Cleveland?
I'm just getting back to it. How about you?
Yeah, about the same. I feel like all my muscle memory around traveling for work is totally gone. So I got to build it back up after 2 years of work from home, you know?
And you probably did the NFL Super Bowl the week before too, right?
I did. So from sunny, balmy Los Angeles to freezing weather at Cleveland. I don't. Packing was a different experience this time around.
Indeed, the marathon continues. I am exhausted. Ryan, what's up? How's it going?
Hey, brother.
Ryan's hitting us from Florida.
I am, guys. So what was the all-star moment? Was it on the field? Was it on the court? Was it off the court? What did you guys like the most?
What do you think, Dave?
Well, it definitely wasn't the dunk contest, I think, according to
Certainly not.
to pretty much everybody. Man, I think honestly, it might have even just been the musical performances that Saturday night. I think there was a lot of energy around that. But then I think what's nice about Cleveland is everything feels like it's within a small radius. So you're just seeing people running into people. The industry already feels intimate, but relative to even LA, everyone's in this small area of town. And so it's just nice to literally run into people in the concourse of the game or the events, and you're spending an hour just catching up, which I thought was awesome.
Yeah,
what
totally
was the
agree.
sentiment for LeBron? Was the sentiment that was the homecoming? Was everybody all hyped about it?
They loved him.
That's great.
Yeah, especially when he drops the potential rumor bomb of him being open to joining Cleveland. I think that probably gives it a whole other level. So
yeah, right.
Yeah, well, if they keep bombing, they'll get his son maybe #1 pick, and they'll get him back. Also, the halftime show with the 75th anniversary, they brought out all of the living and available players from the 75, and it was so awesome. At the end of it, of course, they leave Michael Jordan for the last. Michael comes out, and it's a big round. Everybody's in the circle. He gets right in the middle of the circle. So Michael Jordan, but he deserves it. So fair enough.
He's the GOAT. For sure.
The GOAT, truly. All right, I'll let you guys get rolling. We're a little late, so I'm out of here. See you guys. Enjoy.
See you, Chris.
Dave, so excited to dive into NIL today, but I was stalking your LinkedIn before this, and I saw you were at Whistle and at Complex before IG. Can you give a little, why Instagram? Obviously, you were in some really cool places before this, but what made you want to jump to Meta?
Yeah, this is actually my second go around at a big tech company. I guess I spent the first 6+ years of my career at Google and YouTube. And so, yeah, being at a platform a second time around, it's interesting. When I left YouTube, one of the main reasons I decided to leave was because I wanted to gain a more holistic perspective of the industry that I was working in. And working at a platform, I don't want to see you have a narrow lens, but you're viewing it from a very specific lens. And so I wanted to get out in the wild, so to speak, and really understand the trade-offs, the considerations, the businesses behind our industry beyond just working for tech. And then actually, when I came back to Instagram, or came back to the platform side, one of the things that I'd always had in my head was, if and when I do come back, I want to be able to serve the interests of the industry even more effectively than if I just stayed. And the only difference being I'm not at the same platform I was before. I'm now at Instagram, but had some amazing experiences, worked at a startup, worked at a post-acquisition company in Complex. And I think you understand what work culture looks like and how it's different from place to place. Again, how scrappy these businesses are, and then how they engage with companies like Meta and like Google. So yeah, great time, other than, spending my entire adult life in the two most expensive cities in the US, in San Francisco and New York. So.
Fair enough. Yeah, Chris was mentioning, I moved to Miami in part because LA was very expensive, but Miami actually has become somehow more expensive because everyone decided to make the same move I did. So, and then didn't get the upside. It sounds like, from my POV, you were at amazing locations before this. Instagram is just pure scale. That's just where everyone lives and breathes. That's where all the sports content exists, across other platforms, but Instagram is massive, at least on my feed. I want to dovetail into NIL. So for years, you were there when it was professional. Now it's in the NIL since July of last year. What are the biggest opportunities that you see for these college athletes from let's do biggest brands first, and then we'll talk about some of the more local stuff. So biggest brands, what do you think is the biggest opportunity? What's the most exciting part about the NIL space?
I think it is so new, and you've got brands that are jumping in, head first in determining how they want to be meaningful, quite literally in the short term, because we are even, less than a year into it. But honestly, I think the thing that excites me the most, whether you're a local brand or a regional brand, is the fact that there are opportunities available to college athletes. Because from a social and digital perspective, you've had college athletes building their brands and engaging fans for a very long time, but finally being able to fully embrace what it means to be a monetizing content creator. And on the brand side, it's opening you up to quite literally hundreds of thousands of possible collaborators to help you amplify your brand message and find real partners in your business. And I think what's great about what college presents that feels a little bit more unique than some of the professional athletes that brands work with is that it can be at a very hyper local level, but it can be on that national scale. And so it's not just about, let's go find a way to work with LeBron James. It's let's go find a way to work with, 5 athletes who are in Happy Valley who, want to be meaningful in their local community. And so I think it's presenting unique opportunities on both sides. But for me, just what's been most exciting is that in preparing for July 1st, it's that college athletes are now able to fully realize their potential on social and digital. And, hats off to Donald DeLahaye Jr., former, known as Destroying, a guy who pushed this envelope years ago when he made a hard decision about leaving college athletics to pursue full-time content creation. So, we have some pioneers before us who have gotten us to this point, but it's a choose your own adventure for a college athlete. It's a choose your own adventure for a brand. And I think we're just, we're completely on the front side of it all.
And I'll say it myself. So we've done about 8 figures in NIL deals over the last little less than a year now. It's obviously in July. What was really unique for us, and I'm not sure if you guys said the same thing, is that everyone assumed, based on the rules and regulations, it's supposed to roll out state by state, kind of like these little blocks of states. So we really assumed that it would be all regional and local based for we were talking to brands 6 months more than, hey, let's think about your strategy for the Southeast or whatever it was. And then, the day after, it's just like everything is wide open. So everyone started to scramble and figure things out. Were you guys thinking about this from a regional and national perspective? Or you guys have so many SMBs, small, medium-sized businesses, that really probably aligns well with the local nature of these athletes?
Yeah, for my practice, the focus has always been on how do we equip, educate, empower student athletes and the ecosystem around student athletes who are designed to support them. So that's been our sort of tip of the spear of how do we engage them? How do we make sure they understand all of the tools, resources, features, practices that are going to position them effectively to work with and partner with brands. On the brand side, and as you know, because we've had these conversations in the past offline, we want to make sure we're doing a job of getting out on the road, so to speak, with our colleagues internally, because NIL is, from a sales perspective, from an ads perspective, just such a buzzword. But the reality is, for every one brand that is jumping in head first, as I said, there are 10 who have no idea how to get started. They have no idea who the players are, quite literally the players. They have no idea the platforms that they should be leveraging to identify talent, to engage talent. They don't know who the most proficient agencies are, such as yourselves, in terms of soup to nuts, ideating, executing on ways to work with within NIL. And so we have tried to put, if not equal effort, we've tried to put substantial effort in literally going around our teams internally to say, here's what this is, number one, because I don't want to pretend that everyone's as into college athletics as you or I are on a personal level, but here's what this is, here's what it means, and here's what it means to you and your clients, because that's what's going to take us from, sort of conceptual to reality and getting more brands involved. And then as a result, getting more money pumped into this ecosystem.
And really it's supply and demand side. And we're obviously, they both kind of hit the market at the same time because of eligibility pieces. We had three amazing people before this. Chase, who I've known for the last few months, he's really a renaissance man across, from business to art, etc. Emily and Rasan. I guess the question is whether they or the people that are listening, I'm sure there's not some things you can't provide because you don't know the answers, but in terms of what are the best ways for the supply side, the NIL athletes that are trying to figure out how to build their own audiences, what should they be doing to grow? Which should they be using reels? Should they be doing stories? Should they be thinking about certain types of content? What would you suggest to them?
Yeah, I'm going to be a little cringeworthy, although I feel like this word's probably been used throughout the day. But first of all, be authentic, right? This isn't a new concept when it comes to creators and social media. Countless creators for years in the early days of YouTube even were concerned that branded content would completely tank their channels. Fortunately, we're in a place now where creators are comfortable in monetizing via branded content. Users know it's part of their favorite creators' business models. And the best athletes and creators are integrating tastefully and not oversaturating, to your point, when it comes to their feed, to their presence online. Second, and this is straight up social media 101, be consistent, not just for the sake of finding brand partners, but because that's what your fans expect. That's what they enjoy, and that will help you get brand deals. One thing that I actually think it's not a pitfall, so to speak, but it's something that media companies have to think about a lot, which is content isn't necessarily a one size fits all across various surfaces and platforms. So think about all the ways, all the different surfaces on Instagram and otherwise, where that offer unique ways to engage your fan base. So expressing yourself on surfaces like reels and stories, whether it's interactivity in stories and actually truly soliciting fans' feedback, commerce tools that actually help drive ROI when you're ready to transact with your fans in a meaningful way, or just highly creative content and reels. So I think those are linchpins, so to speak, of how athletes can better prepare themselves for this moment and actually be even more appealing to work with in terms of brand partnerships. But I'd also say, and the panel before us was just so outstanding because you realize, one, how talentless I am relative to these student athletes today. I mean, it's insane just how talented they are on and off the field. But how are you letting a fan, let alone a brand partner who comes to your account, how are you letting them know who you are besides being a student athlete? And I like to use, I'm going to date myself a little bit, unfortunately, but I like using Jeremy Lin as an example, because back in the day, for those who don't know, Jeremy Lin, just Google Linsanity and you'll find out. Back in the day, before Linsanity, people forget he was a full-blown content creator on social media who expressed himself, collaborated with his community of friends and social media rock stars. And when Linsanity happened, brands looked for him. His channel reflected his values and his interests. So he was ready for that moment. He was ready for his on the court success, and it immediately translated to business opportunities that he otherwise may not have been able to have. And so I think, again, that to use that word authentic, but I think it's about more than just finding out that a student athlete plays for a certain team and this is the content they have on the court. We can get that from a lot of different places. We come to Instagram specifically and social media overall to get closer to these people and who they are and the things that they love. And that's what I want to see when I go to folks' pages. And that's what a prospective fan wants to see. And that's certainly what a brand wants to see.
Well said. And people will ask us, what's the best way to get recognized by brands? I'll say a few kind of hygienic things. One is talk about what you love, because companies like us actually can see if you've mentioned that brand before or mentioned that vertical before. Obviously hashtags or any sort of mentions or even imagery. Brand safety. I know that you want to be authentic, but also kind of put that filter on there that this is like a job interview for everything you do in life. So if you're going to use it sparingly. And then, just like you said, I think what we've seen is for us, it's always been the marriage of compelling content with distribution. The algorithm will pick up the best stuff, but really, like if you were to collab, if Chase and Emily and decided to make a collab together because they believe there's some sort of common interest in working out, that would go well, because if that's how they're perceived, they have both their audience to see it and hopefully get some kind of sharing of followers. So I think you guys, and I actually, separate from all this, I love that new feature you guys did. We can actually collab together in those posts. My brother and I did it for the Super Bowl, and we had the most engagement we ever had before. And it's because it's collaborating two different audiences.
Well, and I think to your point, I mean, it is a tremendous feature and it truly allows for a sharing of audiences. But, if I was an athlete in evaluating the merit of working with a brand or a series of brands, it's also what new audiences can the brand bring to me, right? What kind of exposure, what kind of eyeballs can I get that people who may not know who I am in my local market, regional market, even national market, may not be aware of me, what I stand for, what I'm interested in. And that is definitely part of the sort of trade between brands and athletes, is especially on the college level, is you have the opportunity to tap into new audiences, to hopefully be highly creative and collaborative. And then from a literal perspective, to your point, using the platform tools across Instagram and social media to actually build audience and to have that audience stick.
Well, we could spend all day talking about how best to, and we will further questions talk about the tactics of brands and supply side, demand side, and all those kind of things. It would be remiss to not mention that metaverse has now become part of the nomenclature, and meta is the big key reason for this, at least in my mind. So when we think about the idea of what the future or existing metaverse is, what is your POV as it relates to maybe NIL? I mean, is there anything you kind of see in the horizon, anything you see maybe today that is happening? Just look at your POV on it, even if it's just short and top level.
Yeah, I think the beauty of what we're seeing across social media, but as we get into Web3, metaverse, et cetera, is that the creator community is going to tell us, let alone show us how they want to participate, let alone monetize in this next version of the web, right? So if the metaverse is truly the future of how we're going to connect and create memories when we're not together here in person and what we can experience together in a virtual environment, college athletes are really well positioned for the metaverse in ways in which they can engage and express themselves. It's obviously early days, but there's very clear potential there. I mean, imagine a world where, and I think they talked about it a little bit on the last panel, imagine a world where athletes can sell NFTs that fans can purchase to display in their own Horizon homes. Imagine a world where athletes can conduct virtual training sessions for aspiring athletes, both at a local level, but also with communities around the world. And so, like I said, we're still at the front side of this, but we're excited to work with universities and student athletes to bring our version and their version of the metaverse to life. And for brands, I know you've got brands who are listening in, we're already seeing that investment in terms of, this version of the metaverse, but it's still rooted to me around, in terms of collaborating brands and athletes, around three things: content, community, and expression. And that is still, those are principally aligned with our current version of the web, so to speak. And those will certainly carry on in Web3.
And I love the larger implications of Web3. We talk about all these things about equity. How do you drive dollars in the hands of people that need it most? These small businesses that pop out of these college athletes, their name, image, and likeness. You have the ability for a influencer slash athlete to actually own their own IP, which I mean, if you played early NCAA games, it's literally just like there's no name in the back. It's just faceless, kind of like people. So now Chase can go and create an NFT project that is fully compliant and doesn't have any issues with him potentially losing his scholarship or his status on the team. I think that's where the most exciting part is. It really does say that no matter what going forward, that whether if you've created a community, that community can now be supportive and actually monetized to make you essentially keep your craft going.
Yeah, absolutely. And the idea of IP in general, what that's going to look like in terms of, again, the metaverse and Web3 overall, but the ways in which we'll be able theoretically to monetize in terms of viewing transactions and rewarding creatives, originators, I guess, for lack of a better term, that's something that's really challenging to do right now, right? And there isn't a great way to sort of see that, from soup to nuts. And so, how does that present opportunities? Yes, NIL, but just more generally speaking, for a creator community that isn't accustomed to being able to monetize X amount of times over, so to speak, and be rewarded again for all of the ways in which they are bringing their personal brand to life, but bring real value to their fans and followers, right? It's also an empowerment piece for the fans, which again, I think there's a degree of that we get right now. But I mean, you look at the Super Bowl that I know you all were at a few weeks ago, and you've got your own minted NFT from the NFL to showcase that experience. There is nothing stopping you from going out and selling that to a collector right now. And theoretically, the business model around an exchange and around selling is going to evolve too. And I think it's just a matter of time. But I'm excited to see all the ways in which new models for monetization come up. Granted, there's so many good ones right now that exist in terms of how creators and athletes can monetize on social and digital. But again, you're going to see that portfolio grow even more as we get into these new immersive environments.
I completely agree. Well, so we've talked about all the positive things and the best things about NIL, and since July, essentially, a bomb was dropped on the brands of, I need to get in this space. I'm thinking they had more time to kind of roll it out and kind of see and test the waters. With that, you've got a lot of people that are running around trying to figure out how to do this from the supply side, the demand side, the connectors like us, the technology side. What have you seen that are some of the biggest recurring issues, whether it's in the influencer, creator side, or on the brand side, that you would like to call out? I mean, obviously, we're all working towards solving it.
So I would say, well, one, for every brand that's jumped in headfirst into the deep end, I'd be willing to bet there are 10 others who have no idea how to get started in this space. So I keep using the word front side, but we are truly on the front side of this. But they may not know how to get started. I mean, frankly, again, even from a compliance perspective, the rules quite literally could be different on a state-by-state basis, let alone on a high school or college basis. So there's a lot to wrap your head around. And fortunately, we're seeing more participants in this ecosystem that are going to lower those constraints and make it easier for a brand to participate. That we're not there yet. That's not fully realized, but we're getting to a better place. But think about it as well. If you're a brand, there are 450 players in the NBA. There are around 1,700 or so in the NFL, around 1,000 in Major League Baseball. Overnight, you had hundreds of thousands of student athletes who are eligible to work with a brand on a local and a national level. So suffice to say, I think brands need help. They need help from creative to identifying talent, because college athletics is about so much more than just the head. It's also, and we know this as fans of college sports, it's a revolving door. So you have thousands of athletes entering this ecosystem on a yearly basis. And so how can brands find trusted partners who understand the value of these athletes, who may or may not have outsized followings, but who certainly have deeply engaged youth audiences? And so I think we need to sort of do a job of demystifying that, of making the entry points easier, which again, there are a lot of third parties who are working to do that. And our company is certainly one of them. But to answer your question from the athlete side of things too, I think it's a good reminder that it's still crawl, walk, run for the vast majority of student athletes. You have to present what your value is and then go and deliver on that value and exercise best practices, collaborate, express yourself, put yourself in a good position to do deals. I think there was this mystery of NIL come July 1st that all of a sudden, if you're a college athlete, deals are going to roll in. And I think what we found is, again, NIL is choose your own adventure. It's going to mean different things to different people, whether you're Paolo Banchero and you're a top draft pick, or whether you're the coxswain on the Wisconsin rowing team. It could not mean it could not be more different depending on who you are in this ecosystem. So understand what you want out of this, understand what value you can provide if opportunities do arise, and really be ready for that moment.
And so there's the brand side, which you eloquently kind of outlined the issues. I actually, so we've run dozens and dozens of campaigns, from smaller ones to very like the 7-figure type campaigns. What I think brands assume is that by nature of a athlete having a large following and being now available, that they inherently are content creators. That's a skill set. It's a muscle. So we've had to go through the learnings and the trials and tribulations of, first off, who's actually already good at this? Who actually has the skill set from doing this, like Jeremy Lin did previous to Linsanity. And then now that there are so many people that want to figure out how to become content creators beyond just for their local kind of friend circle, who just on the campus version, it goes to what is the education? And it's actually a good segue into we have our own educational things we're doing with on any individual brief. Some materials are put out to the kind of larger community to kind of help them. But I'd love to hear about what you guys are planning on doing or doing today that give them resources.
Yeah, to your point, I mean, there's one sort of tailwind that benefits all brands when it comes to working with athletes, and one that will consistently go against them. And that is what's going for them is every generation, over the past few generations of athletes, and then all the ones to follow, they all are more homegrown on social and digital than the generation that preceded them. And so they probably have a fluency, let alone a proficiency in how to use social media, and to your comment, how to actually be creators. But that certainly isn't everybody. And there's a reason that stories on Instagram is still arguably the most popular format for an athlete, because it's, pick up your phone. Sorry, I don't know if you can even see my phone with this background. Pick up your phone and point and click and shoot and be sort of raw, organic, authentic. The thing that, and so that's the thing that's going for them. The thing that's not going against them, but is always to be mindful of, and was heard just on this past panel, is these are athletes who have professional aspirations. So in terms of priorities, you're probably gonna be wanting to work with people who at the top of the list is, how do I be the best I possibly can be on the court, on the field, on the pitch, in order to have a career in what I love to do. And those aren't conflicting per se, but I think it's things to be mindful of, because it makes the job that my team wants to do even more important, is how to actually teach and coach student athletes to be more effective content creators, because it's not a foregone conclusion that they have all those skills, that they understand the mechanics and nuances of each platform. So that's a responsibility that we have and that we want to play. We also know, in terms of what we have going on, as you asked, we're going to announce a number of partnerships that are focused around education. We launched one last year and with Front Office Sports over the summer, which was essentially a 6-part program and curriculum designed to educate and empower the ecosystem around student athletes about how they could better support those athletes when it comes to their social media presence and how they can grow and monetize, et cetera. Because we know that, most athletes, when they're thinking about how they want to position themselves in this era of NIL, will likely turn to their peers. They will most certainly turn to their athletic departments and their marketing agents, et cetera, for how do I get better at this? How do I position myself more effectively so I can get the deals that I want to have? And so our responsibility to the ecosystem is really rooted in that education piece and that enablement piece. And it goes beyond just the student athletes directly, whom we are working with. It certainly goes to that ecosystem around college athletics as well.
Love it. So you have a brand, you actually have a full-fledged content creator athlete that is doing a great job. There's that middle ground. So what does that cost? What is the pricing? For the athlete side, what are the things that you've seen are the biggest determination of pricing? Is it size of following? Is it engagement? Is it the type of content? There's always been kind of variables that happen for a deal. And anything in particular you see?
Yeah, I would defer to some of the third parties where actually some of the deal making is done, like the open doors, et cetera. But for me, and what I've observed is because it's early days, you have the full spectrum of deal making, including barter, frankly. Like, hey, I'm going to send you a gift box and you're going to promise to do, a box opening. I think that's what it's called. But at some point, I think we're going to get a bit closer to the concept of athletes as their own media companies, and they can price that appropriately. What's the cost of the IP? And is that being licensed or is it being owned? Talent fees, production, and then what are the brand's goals when it comes to either driving direct response or awareness? And how is that measured and compensated? And so what's cool about the role that Instagram and other social media companies can play is we're building tools to help accommodate A, different brand objectives, but B, different ways in which brands work with creators and how to actually measure that output and that success. So whether it's driving actual click-through and conversion to a product being sold on Instagram or just simply driving impressions. But, I always find it a little bit funny, and I'm certain you've seen this too, when you get the random article in your inbox talking about someone's NIL value. And, my questions are always, what model are they using? Because in my opinion, the best model is how much is or was someone actually willing to pay? Like, that's a real data point. And that's what's going to help us shape and benchmark this in a way that's useful for athletes and brands. So not that it's purely speculative right now, but I think we're just going to continue to need more data points across the board in this massive spectrum of college athletes ranging from a few thousand followers to millions of followers. What is the price to be paid and what are you actually getting, whether it is DR, whether it is, brand awareness, whether it is a mix of IRL and social digital, et cetera. We're still so early days. And I think that's why student athletes are asking so many questions around what model they should be using to price themselves in the market.
I love that you called them their own media networks or channels. We've always positioned Influential, all the campaigns as a media buy on social. If these influencers are their native audience or their paid media application, which is the NIL of their likeness. The number of variables is dizzying. Like there literally is whether it's the O&O handle gets to repost it on the brand, whether it's the whitelisting and the usage, the exclusivity, all these things, the production value of it, the on-site stuff, so many things that could come up about that. So yeah, I would tell to anyone listening, value yourself on your distribution ability, on the time and effort it takes. Yeah, and put your price out, shoot your shot. The brand will let you know if it doesn't make any sense. And brand side, yeah, I do think of it in a standardization way. Like instead of maybe paying someone because they're really big on the field, because they have a big name, but if they have no real engagement, be mindful of the CPM and cost as well. So yeah, we see it in some great brands. I'm not sure if I can't speak about of who it is yet, because I think I wonder, we're waiting for the press piece to come out. But where they actually just picked out a number of women's basketball players to essentially put out content regardless of size and still pay them equally because they wanted to find a way to drive equity. So there's a number of models we're seeing, and obviously brands can find ways to jump in regionally or nationally and really kind of put their stamp on the NIL space. So it's exciting times.
Yeah, and I love the fact that, and again, we heard it. I was fortunate enough to listen in on the last panel before I jumped on this one, but how important values are to this generation of athletes and creators, and in many ways, like how are you trading on those values and who people want to work with and what they stand for. And that is certainly a consideration, maybe even more so than generations in the past. And so, I think that's part of the calculus at this point too. And one piece of feedback we continue to get from creators and student athletes is they don't want to necessarily get in the business of doing one-off deals. They want to be true partners to those brands and vice versa. And again, in terms of the brand, in terms of the student athlete, how do you position yourself for a longer term engagement? For the student athlete, it's, hey, how can I deliver value to whatever it is this brand's goals are? and understanding that, okay, if their goal is on a campaign basis, if it's to drive awareness, if it's just be in association with a student athlete who has the same values we do as a brand, and then vice versa for the student athlete, looking for those brands who are open and willing to have a prolonged engagement that supports them and their livelihood off the field, but also again makes them feel like they're invested in that company and what they stand for. And granted, that's easier said than done. And I think again, there's different models and different approaches depending on the athlete and depending on the brand. But what we continue to hear ad nauseum from this community is, I don't want to just necessarily do the one-off deal with, not DraftKings or whoever, like with Target about, making one or two social media posts. It's how can we do something that feels like it's year round, where I'm continuing to serve their interests, they're continuing to serve mine, and we feel like we actually have a true partnership.
Yeah, the ambassadorship. And I know we only have 5 minutes left, so I can't not talk about it. But on the brand side, guys, obviously there's a tremendous amount of opportunities there for those that are listening. For those that are listening, maybe that are athletes themselves, or maybe some previous guests, Dave was instrumental in the launch of subscriptions, I believe, with Jordan, Childs, and Sedona Prince. So a net new way to monetize if you're in the NIL space. Talk about that, what that means, how it came about, and I mean, that's a game changer. All of a sudden, there's now kind of recurring revenue streams and not kind of feast or famine like it is sometimes with brands.
Yeah, and I have to give full credit to my team, who is so deeply entrenched in student athletes. We have a former student athlete on this team. We have a colleague who lives in Eugene and is very close with the Oregon community and lives and breathes college sports. And so, as you can tell, like, this is a rare opportunity for us to turn our passions into our profession, which I think we both get to say that, which is not something everyone gets to say. But in terms of subscriptions, I think it's really in keeping with, hey, we're the platform. We want to give you as a creator and as a student athlete the ability to engage your fans and monetize your fan base however you see fit. For some folks, we won't see subscriptions as a great fit, and that's okay. In the case of Sedona and Jordan, they were pioneers in helping us learn about the best ways to serve their needs and the needs of student athletes. And so I don't know if folks saw, Sedona this past week actually exclusively shared her decision to return to Oregon for another year with her paid subscribers on Instagram stories and engaged with them about their decision. To me, that feels like real value a family get in having a paid subscription. And as we both know, there are a lot of businesses out there that make a lot of money putting premium content behind a paywall or bringing fans closer to them and offering different, unique, compelling opportunities. Student athletes should be no different. We hope that student athletes, by and large, are going to choose ways to monetize that are right for them. And whether that is, again, in front of or behind a paywall, but something that enables them to have a deeper relationship with their fans. And, what's interesting about what we've developed, and there's a suite of monetization tools that exist on social, and there will be more to come in 2022. But what's really neat is that we actually see how student athletes and creators are, for lack of a better term, like hacking our platform, because they're using things on our platform for ways in which to engage each other and to engage their fans. And so as an example, we saw that athletes were using the close friends features on stories to create fan clubs. Okay, well, we think to ourselves, how can we actually make that easier for creators? And so much of our product development is actually inspired by observing how people use our platform every day. Subscriptions is obviously a model that's been around for a while, but again, it's one of the many ways in which athletes can choose their own adventure when it comes to monetizing their fan base. And we're fortunate that we have great partners in Sedona and Jordan who wanted to show us the way, wanted to show us what would break, wanted to show us how critically important it could be for them and their fans. And then we can build off of that and make sure that it's even more valuable to the generation of athletes that we would hope to release that to moving forward.
Exciting times in monetization NIL. With 1 minute left, I'd love for you to give the stat you told me before. So when Jordan and Sedona hopefully have the big moment, they go maybe to a draft day or they go in the Olympics or something happens that is huge for them, whatever that is. And obviously a very small percentage of people actually get that. But when that does happen, that moment happens for someone, whether it's on the official level or more just a personal level. Talk about the percentage of increase in size and followership and kind of the ways that you saw that growth happen.
Yeah, so we talk a lot about with athletes in general around being ready for the moment, being ready for all the on-court success, on-field success that they're going to have by being ready on social media for that moment. And so we had a summit with over 1,000 Olympic athletes for Tokyo 2020 to drive that narrative home of, hey, you're at peak relevance. Be ready for that moment. Be ready for people to come and search for you and potentially want to follow you and engage with you and be a lifelong fan. So this stat's a little bit dated, but we did an analysis around the NBA draft over a 3-year period. And what we found was for first round draft picks, if you didn't post anything on your Instagram page the week of the draft, you still grew your follower base roughly in the 30% range. So people were coming to follow you. If I get drafted by the Detroit Pistons, Detroit fans are going to come to my Instagram, look for me, potentially follow me. Among those who posted to Instagram during draft week, that follower growth was up to 77%. So you give fans, prospective fans and followers, a reason to understand who you are and to click that follow button and become those lifelong fans. And so again, in the NIL realm, and I know I'm belaboring a point here, but in the realm of NIL, let's be honest, the NCAA quite literally markets the fact that only 2% of all college athletes will play professionally. So you have this juxtaposition of college and soon to be high school being actually the time when your earning potential from an NIL perspective is at its highest. So create those building blocks on social so you're able to maximize that window of time and have that foundation for, as somebody said in the last panel, being ready to just generally be a content creator long after your playing career is done.
Sage advice, and Chris is here to play us off. So, any questions, Chris? You want to get rid of us?
I just wanted to say, Dave, you have possibly the coolest job in the world, and on top of it, I got to spend some time with your team over the weekend, and you got an awesome team. So, kudos to you and your team for being so awesome.
I appreciate it. It's the job is made cool when I get to meet guys like yourself, especially out in the wild. And I'm just hoping 2022 gives us a lot more opportunities to do that in person. I'm going to New York in a few weeks to go to a college basketball tournament. It will have been 2 years since I've been able to go to a college basketball tournament. So I'm just looking forward to getting back to that and to seeing you all in person and to many of the people listening on this video call.
Nice. Well, when you make it out to LA, let me know. We'll hang.
You got it.
And thanks as always, Ryan, holding it down. All right. We'll see you guys.
Appreciate it.
See y'all.
All right. Thanks. So we're changing gears now, and we're going to have an internal conversation about diversity. I'd like to welcome Influential's new head of ethical media, Lataria Coy, Easy Watchku, who aside from being Influential's campaign manager, was also a college football player at Texas A&M and the NFL's Houston Texans, excuse me. This session will be moderated by Influential's Director of Partnerships, Tiffany Pettit, who is also our BI MVP. What's up, y'all?
What's up? VIP status. That's fun.
Yeah. So funny story. When I went to the Super Bowl event for BI a couple of weeks ago, they were inflamed. They were livid that Tiffany was not there. I had to call her and say, everybody wants you to come because you are everybody's favorite. And I'm there a lot more. I guess they're kind of tired of me. They love you.
Oh, I'll have to meet everyone soon. I'm excited. I know we got to get this in person too. I'm excited about that this year.
Awesome. Well, Easy, how's it going, man? Good to see you.
It's good, man. I'm excited. I feel like this is I feel like a kid in a candy store, like listening to everybody speak and hearing everything on the panel. So let's go.
All right. It's been great sessions today. Obviously, this is getting to the peak here. So I'll turn it over to you, Tiffany. Enjoy the conversation. I'll see you guys in a little bit.
Awesome. Thank you, Chris.
Thanks, Chris.
Hi, Lataria. Hey, Easy.
Hi.
So excited to talk about this today because one, so far, a lot of the conversations have been very thinking about the technical side of things and, from a platform perspective and really what this space means to athletes. I think with this group, we have a couple different perspectives to lean into for sure, as it relates to maybe the global advertising industry as a whole. And then definitely when it comes to the creator side and maybe even talking about, experiences that can help the athletes even beyond where they are right now. So I'd love to start a little bit by informing the audiences about us and who we are and how our roles relate to NIL athletes and these kinds of opportunities. And we can start with you, Lataria, and you can tell us a little bit about what that means.
Sure. I'm Lataria Coy. I'm the head of ethical media at Influential. That means that I guide brands and creators towards more equitable marketing. So from my perspective, I guess I can just sort of put it out there, is that I view everything through a lens of DE&I, which is why this space is particularly important to me, because I feel like this is a conversation that we need to have more, especially because it's so new, and especially because it's steeped in the history of sports. So I just want to put that out there, that's sort of my vantage point, and I'm happy to have this discussion with you guys.
Yeah, and I really wanted you to call that out, because I mean, when I think of sports and athletes, like they're coming from every single background, like size and shape.
100%.
So excited to lean into that. Easy.
What's up, Tiff?
Tell us about your role a bit, and what are you doing here, and what has your work experience been on the sports side of things?
Yeah, so I'm a campaign manager. I run kind of the day-to-day for our campaigns, for our brands. So my background is kind of, I say it's a winding road, and it's kind of diverse. So I played football for a while. I played in college and in the NFL. And when I stopped playing, I immediately jumped into the marketing world and was marketing for a sports agency. So working with a ton of athletes, a ton of NFL athletes, and obviously met the great people at Influential, and now we are thriving. So basically, kind of my vantage point is being from being off on the field to now kind of being in these meetings and driving revenue to the athletes, to the influencers, on a different scale. So.
Yeah, that's awesome to know. And we'll talk more about kind of like what that communication has been like with them, because I know that this is so brand new to everyone, not just from the athlete perspective, but even us on the back end, like working with them and understanding their style, because at the end of the day, they're students and they are like professionals in their own right, and this is something additional for them. So it'll be really interesting. Okay, let's talk a little bit about what the initial maybe response has been. And we can talk from an advertising perspective, definitely talking about some of the brands and clients that we have, but and definitely from the athlete perspective, have you guys seen a lot of, I guess, positive response, or what has that response been like as a whole? Taria?
I guess I'll take that, because I feel like Easy has way more to say, and so do you, Tiff. But I think in general, everyone's super psyched about it. Like everyone, like the athletes are, obviously, because for the first time, they're able to really profit off their name, image, and likeness. There's no one that's going to be mad at that. Brands are really excited because it just opens up a new opportunity for them to reach Gen Z audiences and just to tap into a new audience, and also like in a new way, because student athletes, one thing that's amazing about them is that they're not like necessarily stars yet. And so their audiences are people who like follow them, they're fans, they're friends in a lot of cases. And so the content they produce, the authenticity that they bring is just next level, which is on top of the fact that influencer marketing has sort of this built-in authenticity factor. So I think the world is excited. I know we're 1 year in, but I can't wait to see what's to come.
I agree. What do you think, Easy?
Yeah, so I'm basically going to talk in a little bit of a bias situation here, just because. So I was a former student athlete. So for me, kind of seeing NIL come to life and all of that, like everybody's basically been waiting on this, and it's. So basically, man, the brands are excited, the athletes are excited, and it's giving athletes the ability to kind of showcase themselves in a different light and showcase themselves as other than athlete, how they are off the field, their interests, and it's just been so cool to kind of see the way that brands look at athletes and what their initiatives are and what the athlete wants from the brand as well. So. Pure excitement, long overdue. That's a whole nother discussion for all my athletes out there. But yeah, just so much excitement.
I agree. I feel like this is one of the new, I mean, TikTok was definitely a thing. Brands are like, let's go, just as a whole. Now to think about name, image, likeness, and being able to compensate student athletes for this, it's like one of the more open, I want to say, like, brands have been a little bit more open to this and just kind of learning as they go, and like maybe pressing start even a little bit just to get their feet wet. Like it hasn't had as much hesitation as maybe some other things. Like I know like live shopping and experiences like that might take a little bit more time. When it comes to, working with influencers, these influencers just happen to be like college athletes. It's been like a no-brainer. They're like, do you guys want to do it? Can you guys do it? And of course we're like, yes, like say less. Let's talk about, the types of partners we can put in our Rolodex to make sure that this is like a very smooth and educational process for us all. So I agree with you both. Like, it's been super exciting.
And sorry to jump in, but like to add on to that, I think with the excitement, there has been some like hesitancy, because like as a student athlete, like you're drilled in your head, like whatever you do, I don't care if somebody wants to buy you a loaf of bread, a cup of coffee, do not accept it, do not engage in any conversations. So there's been a bit of just, confusion on, is this okay? Can I do this? Can I talk to this person? What is the process, when somebody reaches out to me? Do I have to disclose that immediately? Because obviously you don't want to have like some, NCAA sanction or whatever, but it's been drilled in your head for literally since you were a kid that whatever you do, if anybody comes to you with money or a brand deal or an endorsement, say no and run away. So with the excitement, there's just been a ton of, trying to reprogram yourself to say, hey, like student athletes are brands. Student athletes are, they're their own, they can make money. They can increase revenue for other people, with who they are, not just for the school, but for themselves. So yeah, I thought that was interesting as well.
Yeah. That leads me to think a little bit about and learn a little bit more from you on like what the creative process has been like. Because I know at the beginning, from an advertiser and brand perspective, they're thinking about maybe an idea that they have, or a larger tentpole moment to tap into. For example, right now it's the 50th anniversary of Title IX, and instead of butchering it and like not giving it the credit it needs, I'm going to read what this law actually is. So it's the law that ensures all education programs and activities receiving federal funding must protect students and employees from sex-based discrimination, right? So really making sure that everyone is included and able to have access to the same resources. Now, I think it's moving forward, right? There's still a lot of work to do, I think, for us at least in the US, but creatively speaking, I think that moments like these have kind of allowed more like authentic creative to be developed. And it's no longer just, influencer marketing as a whole is no longer product placement for the sake of it. It's really about genuine authenticity in these campaigns that are put forth. But I think even more so with athletes, because they kind of have a quasi maybe established personal brand, and they like what they like, they know what's going on in the world for the most part. So are you seeing that too? Are they, bringing their own ideas to the table when it comes to some of these brands and opportunities that come to them? Are they coming to you with ideas and enthusiasm? What's that been like?
Yeah. So
sorry, Evan, before you jump in, I just kind of wanted to build on that question. Like, what are brands expecting as well? Like, so I'm thinking about influencer marketing and how it is, the powerhouse that it is, and like what it looks like and what brands expect to see in content, and how are athletes like thinking about that? Just when you answer, I'd love to like hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah. So it's in to like you guys kind of, you hit the nail on the head, but there are brands that like want to capitalize on things like that, like the anniversary of Title IX, and just different things that haven't really been highlighted as much in sports or in the college ranks, and so I think what's interesting is brands are coming at us with, hey, like, we want to tell this story. We want to highlight, these different athletes, or highlight this, the anniversary of Title IX, or whatever it may be. And it's interesting because we're actually working with a well-known dating app, and they want to do kind of that of how can we tell these stories of, of Title IX, and how it looks in sports, and how it's implemented, and be able to kind of reach everybody, not just, the top athletes in the world, not just, blonde hair, blue eyed models, but diversity, different body types, different sports, across the board, people that are that don't really get as much spotlight or whatever. How can we highlight them? And so what I'm seeing is brands want you to be you. So they don't want it to be cookie cutter of like, hey, like, just we're looking for people that specifically do this. It's how can we highlight what makes you unique. And so that I think that's the biggest thing, at least that I see, is that usually, typically in marketing, you go after a specific idea or genre, but with NIL, it's more like, no, like, we want to see who they are off the field. We want to see who they are as a person, and we want to highlight that.
I agree with that. Yeah. I mean, that's awesome to hear. And I totally agree with that based on what I've been seeing. From a brand perspective, I know that it's more so been, okay, wow, they can get compensated now. Like, if for whatever reason they've missed the news cycle, they're like, okay, what is it like? They haven't been able to do this before, right? And so it's really getting educated on what this moment means, and then taking in consideration maybe their content calendar or just like core values. It's very storytelling based is what I'm seeing, at least in the marketplace. It's not just, we have a new shampoo coming out and we really want to get into the hands. While that could be a part of it, it's also saying, can we talk more about these organizations that we're supporting that also have, education ties, or female or diversity ties, or female ties, things like that. So it's been really fun to see and have them be open from, again, storytelling, messaging, and making sure that they understand like what this legislation really means. And then I know creatively, what I've been hearing too from the campaign team is that it has been a lot of eagerness, but a lot of flexibility has been needed to be made, because at the end of the day, we don't want to sacrifice, their athletic careers for the sake of, an opportunity. We don't want this to get into the way of what they do best in this case, right? And so we want to support them and be able to manage schedules. Midterms, I think, are this week. We have several, like leading into March Madness tournament. Like, we want to make sure, like, do you have a game today? Like, maybe we post this next week instead, or maybe we work with, off-season athletes. I think that that's something that we've also discussed as well, like making sure like these athletes are going to be available and ready, and we're making sure like we're managing everything along the way.
Yeah, and the other way that we have to. Sorry.
Go ahead. I think we're all just excited.
Yeah, I think the other way that we have to support them is to ensure that they get paid fairly, right? So like you mentioned a little while ago that it was sort of ingrained in you that you should run away from money. So you're taking people that have that mindset and then giving them money to do something. We just need to make sure that they are getting paid equitably and fairly. And then that brands are like the brand that you just mentioned, that sounds fantastic, that they're using different sports. Because honestly, when I first thought about NIL, I assumed it would be sort of D1 football, basketball, like just that's it, But now to see that brands are reaching in to fencing, to golf, to all these sports, and that they're looking at LGBTQ athletes and Asian Pacific Islander athletes. And I just want to see more of that and less of just, straight D1 typical athletes that you would assume would make a ton of money, both in college and also in their professional careers. But for a lot of these athletes, this is the time for them to capitalize off their sport, because they may not go pro. And like, what can we do to support them and sort of set them up?
Yeah. I was obviously listening to all the great panelists before this, and I think somebody said, one of the big things is walk before you run, and especially now where NIL is so brand new, and it's sometimes it feels like the Wild West. We're figuring it out as we go, but I think it's important for student athletes to not just take a deal because any brand reached out to them and they're gonna pay them whatever, but to really do you see yourself with that brand? Do you identify with their values? Do you do you see is their creative good? The terms of the deal, what is it, a 1-year deal? Is it a one post deal? What does that look like? Because you want to be careful about the deals that you take, and you want to align yourselves with brands that are gonna that you're gonna work with for a lifetime, or that you feel proud about working with, and connecting with. So I think it's tough when we're talking about, like you said, like athletes that typically don't get a lot of marketing, and they're at a school where the starting quarterback is getting $100 million deals. That would be great, but they're in fencing, and they got offered a deal for $100 or whatever, to do whatever post. I think it's more about being strategic with, not about the money right now, but being strategic with what that messaging looks like, and what it can do for you long term, and your image, and like I said, like, because you're now your own brand, and you have to build that up throughout the years. So yeah, just being strategic with all partnerships.
100%. I know I've heard we've had partners come to us and want a minimum payment rate, for athletes. Like, typically we're dictating a lot of these costs on the athlete side as we have conversations. I mean, not dictating, but allowing them to dictate for us. But if that hasn't met the minimum, for example, we've had brands making sure, like, we want everyone, based on the campaign size and what we're looking, we want everyone to have this as a baseline, which I thought was really awesome, because when they try to cut costs on other things, this is something that's definitely not the case, right? If we're going to lean into this space and work with athletes of all sides, they want to make sure they're being appropriately compensated for that. So that's been fun to be a little bit more transparent on that with the clients.
Yeah, and so that kind of takes away a lot of the confusion with NIL, because what I'm seeing is there's a lot of student athletes that they don't really know if it's a good deal or not, if they should negotiate it. And so what I've seen is, like, we've had brands, like you said, that say, hey, like, this is the deal for all of our athletes that we reach out to. These are the terms. Everybody's going to be on the kind of the same level. And so that kind of lets you relax a little bit, and just worry about the creative, and worry about being the best person that you can be. Especially being a student athlete, where you're going to school to literally, build in your career, build on, what you're going to be in the future. So with midterms, papers, trying to figure out how to get a Scantron from the library, all of these things that you're worried about, that minimizes the confusion and the negotiating. So I've seen that's been pretty cool.
100%. I want to talk a little bit about, like, some of the logistics that we may be kind of glossing over a little bit when it relates to activating these. So having certain partners in place with us as an organization to make sure that we're following all the rules. Because at the end of the day, this is brand marketing. There's FTC guidelines for sure, but we never want anyone to be in a position to compromise an athlete's, or jeopardize an athlete's ability to perform and play and do things that we do best. So what's that been like? I know that there's a lot that goes into it creatively. There's limitations on certain things that can be, in the background, certain places that you can actually shoot this content. Are you seeing that athletes are open to that a little bit more, and like shooting at home and playing clothes and just really kind of doing a raw bones, authentic approach to their creative versus, highlighting them obviously like during a game? Are you seeing that they're open to some of these limitations and working with us in that way?
Yeah. So one thing that I think is pretty cool is that we have people on our team that connect with every compliance officer at schools before any deal is done, and literally hold your hand through the compliance process. So I think, being a former student athlete myself I think that's cool because I'm telling you, I kid you not, when I was in college, we were scared to eat the wrong peanut butter and jelly because we didn't want, like, there was rules about the bread and whatever. And if somebody were to pay for your food at, the restaurant, you'd be nervous to tell your compliance officer. So we would be scared to death of that guy or girl. So we have people on our team that basically, run you through that process, talk with you every step of the way. Hey, you can shoot it here. It would be better to shoot here. We can add logos. We can't add logos. We can mention your school. We can, different things like that. And so, and there's a plan for everything. There's a plan before every deal. So I think that process has been amazing just because, once again, with NIL, I think the overarching thing here is to reduce confusion and allow the student athlete to be a student first and be an athlete second, and then now be a brand. And so, yeah, it's been pretty seamless, and it kind of takes out all that worry.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I feel like to piggyback on that, every state has different rules is how I understand it. So it's not even just sort of like broad compliance that anyone can sort of see and look at and adapt to, but the fact that you have to sort of go by state is huge. But yeah, I agree. I feel like the team at Influential has been really great at shepherding these projects along for the creators, but also for the brands, because it's a lot for a brand to even figure out on their own if they wanted to sort of go direct.
Yeah, 100%. I agree. There's a lot that goes into it. So I want to say, if we're thinking logistically for any marketers looking to tap into this, I want to say extended timelines are always your friend. Piece of advice for sure. We want to make sure we have a proper lead time. That's just been a golden nugget for us, I know. I want to talk a little bit about, I know it's very kind of campaign centric, and thinking about how this product or how this opportunity affects us on a campaign basis, audiences in their response, and athletes' audiences' response to this, and then generally as consumers or as just folks on Instagram, are you guys noticing a specific response to it? We know brands are leaning in, are audiences eating it up? Are we into it? Are we in favor? Have we had any athletes come to us and not want to do this anymore? Or what's been the appetite for this on that side?
So I'll jump in here. So I've seen a ton of excitement, and you guys probably are the same way as me. You're loud and proud for your school. I feel like your loyalty to your college, I feel like will is bar none. So I'll ride or die for my school, Texas A&M University. Let's go.
I was gonna ask.
Yeah. The fight
name
Texas
dropping
Aggies,
over here.
Let's go. Anyway, but so yeah, it's just a ton of excitement, I think, just from fans and engagement. People are proud that hey, the swimmer on at my college is on this whatever ad, and it's so I think the engagement has been higher because of that, because now you're tapping into so many people that are like, no, yeah, look at that, and you share it to your friends. And it's been a lot of hype. So I've seen that more than any negative that I've seen.
What about you, Tiff? Have you noticed any great reaction, or how has it been?
It's funny because I want to think of this as like an individual, and then like my friend groups, and then like from like a work perspective as well.
Yeah.
And so I'll start with the work perspective because it's the easiest at this point. I'm seeing that it's kind of like when we work with micro influencers, you know, based on your follower size, engagement tends to be a lot larger. Now, in this case, it's also kind of working with someone who's never done a brand deal, and their audiences are just like, yes, there you go. Like, here you are. We're so proud of you. Like, you know, they understand like everything that's involved. So you might see things like get that bag. Like it's been very exciting in that way. But
Get
and then
that
like
bag emoji.
yeah, I know. This is a funny bag emoji. People are just like so excited. Like you haven't seen it. This is like your friend now, or you know, whatever, getting on stage. And it's just such a proud moment. Like you were tapped to work with these awesome brands. I mean, nothing but really great brands have tapped into this, you know, with really awesome things to say. So that's been fun from like a work perspective for sure. Like engagement has been through the roof. I know I was a former athlete as well, but on the cheer side of things, we're athletes as well. And so I'm having friends. Cheer is a sport, y'all. It is. Ask California. We are seeing super like exciting for athletes like younger siblings who are now like able to be compensated for it now. That's been really fun. And then just overall education about this and what it means for them as they move into their careers and stuff. So across the board, super thrilling for the most part.
Yeah, I agree. It's been amazing to watch. I think also like brands, like they get press, like they get a sort of a pat on the back as well. And I know every brand is sort of not into that, but for those that are, it's pretty cool. Even I think her name is LaQuanza Glover. She's like the first HBCU female athlete to get a NIL deal with like a trucking company. And even that made like national news because that's like a huge story. So I think if any brand is looking for like to make a dent in people's hearts and sort of a feel good story, this is sort of the space to do it in.
That's so funny that you do mention, or not funny, more so insightful that you mentioned the press angle, because nearly every opportunity that we've had has had a press component. And it definitely has to do with the overall, you know, brand compensates athletes for the first time, but also, and it's tied to this, and there's this element to it. And, you know, we're making sure like these are part of it. It's, again, not your run-of-the-mill one-off campaign anymore. A lot of them are like longer ambassadorships. And so to be able to tell that story from all different angles has been a value add, to say the least. Let's see. I want to tap into some questions that have popped in and that I know that people just want to hear a little bit more about. Let's see. When it comes to, this might be for you, Easy, but Lataria, you can jump in as well. How can athletes create more visibility for themselves and get noticed by brands? It could be the same if you're thinking about influencers as a whole, but how can they get more visibility?
Yeah, so at least from my standpoint, you know, I try to tell you know, student athletes or influencers or whoever, as much as I can, just to be as authentic as you can be and be as genuine as you can be, because if you try to be somebody else on Instagram, I think it's so easy to call it out and be like, that was weird. That was weird content. So I think that, and then also, you know, be loud and proud for your school, or, you know, just be as, you know, hype your teammates up. You know, if something good happens, document it. You know, people want to see, especially with student athletes, I guess is what I'm talking about, but you know, people want to see what your life is like off the field. So as much as you can do in a responsible manner, but to, you know, if you're going to get food, document it, have fun with it, and you know, showcase that, show what after the game looks like, show, you know, maybe it's, man, we just got done playing this game and now I have to write this paper, or you know, kind of highlight those stories that people don't really know about and people are very interested to see. but yeah, I would say just be as authentic as you can, and engage with your teammates.
So I will add this, and I feel like, an old auntie to say it, but a lot of brands are like, they look for like sort of squeaky clean talent, right? Not every brand doesn't really care about that, but there's some brands that do. And like, I would sort of communicate to my kids about social, like, it's forever, right? So just like be mindful of what you post. So be authentic, but also like think, does so-and-so want to see this? Or, you know what I mean? So I don't know. That's just my old fuddy advice.
No, I think that that's super necessary, Lataria. Like whatever state happens on social, honestly, in a lot of cases, stays there forever. Like we were told that. I think I'm a little bit older as well, and for an assignment in school, we had to make a Twitter account, and it was like the biggest deal at the time. It was like we had to grow it within like 4 weeks, right? And so
you must have killed it, Tiffany.
I know. I mean, it's just
I already know.
It's mostly just words, right? And so it's kind of like you want to make sure, like, thankfully it was just words in that case, because like whatever you put out there again is forever. So like say the right things, take the right shots on angles. To your point, Easy, like definitely start capturing more content, as as much of a job or laborious that might seem. Like it's definitely a way into this world, because I'll go back to say, like, yes, they're athletes first, but if they definitely want more opportunities, we want to know that you can take good photos or videos or content as a whole. And then from a very like basic standpoint, I would say too, like put your email address in your bio, like get a creator account.
100%.
I know.
1,000,000%. Like that is so key. I can't emphasize that enough, because brands want to reach out, and like it's like they don't know how, right? And they don't know if somebody's available. So I think that, like, I can't say that more times. Like that's so clutch.
Yeah, I know. I'm like,
we know you're also like utilize all the formats, right? Like use reels, use video, like use everything.
Yeah.
Don't just post in stories, like use your feed as well.
100%. I know most things have, go ahead.
No, so I just wanted to harp on one more thing, like before we move on to a different one. But like I think another key is to know your audience, and know that if you are if you are the a rower, you're on the rowing team, and that like you have a fan base of people that go to the rowing meets, and that's your primary audience. Play into that as much as you can, because social media is basically wildfire. It's hey, I'm proud of so and so, they did great at their meet. They show that to their friends. Now maybe it's broadcasted. Maybe you do something funny and whatever after the meet or something, and it gets picked up by the school Instagram, and then that gets picked up by somebody else, that gets picked up by ESPN. It's like it's wildfire. So just know your audience, and if your audience doesn't know, a lot of people's audience is going to be kind of younger, but if your audience was, I don't know, like an older generation, and they don't even know what the TikTok trend is, know that as well. and so like if you don't know whatever dance is, like just know, kind of understand like where your audience lies and play into that. So
yeah, I 100% agree with that too. And to your point, like when we saw, over the last couple of years, TikTok blow up, we all were like, we got to get on TikTok. We got to see what are people talking about? Like, as much as it's something else, it's like, you got to experience it. Right. So like know your audience, also know these platforms, and like lean in. I think that's the through line as well.
And then you'll be hooked like us, like all of us.
You can't stop
way too much time on TikTok.
Yeah.
When I know, like I need to dedicate like a chunk of time. Like if I'm gonna open the app, I need to know like I don't have anything in the next 25 minutes, because it's going down. I want to hear your thoughts, both perspectives on, and I'll chime in too, on innovation in this space. So innovation as it relates to working with student athletes, what do you guys think that that looks like? And I'm not going to lead the question and say the word metaverse, but what do you guys think as it relates to this space? Like, how can you see it being like even more innovative as we move forward?
Yeah, I'll chime in here just real quick, but I think, at least for one thing that I'm excited for, is student athletes right now, I think, are such a prime. There's so many good things like going for student athletes. Like, NIL is brand new, the metaverse is brand new, NFTs brand new. Like, all this stuff is kind of like brand new. So being able to get in and get first, and being able to monetize that, before stuff gets too regulated, or it's harder to get deals or to kind of promote yourself in different ways or different platforms. I think it's so key to kind of get in and like figure out what that is for you, and figure out like what that looks like, and brands kind of know that as well. And they also want to be first amongst all these things. So I think it's going to be a cool couple years here, just to see like where it goes from now.
100%. What do you think, Victoria?
I mean, I want to see the metaverse to be as diverse as possible, and I see this squarely fitting into that piece, that vision. I don't know. I guess I automatically think when you ask the question, I thought of like NC2A, like that game.
Yeah.
Yep.
Which was huge. Imagine that being like a metaverse type situation with a bunch of student athletes and many more types of sports, not just basketball. And I'm also thinking about Roblox. Like, that is a space that I think athletes can sort of get involved in, because they probably already are. I have a 10-year-old, he's obsessed. But all of that is like early metaverse, like all of that, just like the idea that your avatar can live someplace and oftentimes be way cooler than you can. You can take risks there as well. So no, I love it. I see it for NIL. It's gonna be huge.
100%. And I know Chris is here, but to add to that, I see it definitely, it's definitely social right now, but extending beyond that into the metaverse, but into, over the top advertising, billboards. Like, I see this shaping its way into marketing as a whole. And events are coming back in. I feel like that will be huge for these athletes for sure. So it's all very exciting for me. So yeah, thank you guys for being part of this. Thanks for chatting today.
We could chat all day.
So fun.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, it was a great session. I have to be quick because I'm 2 minutes over, but I'm going to embarrass you a little bit right now, Easy. I just got a text message from a marketer who goes, "Wait, is he Easy from The Bachelorette?" Yes.
Yeah, that's me.
In the flesh.
Thank you guys so much. That was an awesome session.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks.
See you guys.
Bye.
All right. So we're moving along. We've had so many great conversations today. We have 2 more for you before we end the day. The excitement level is no less on this one. So let's first of all welcome to the stage Amika Ofadale, VP of Sports Marketing at ESPN, and Rob Hersey, SVP Group Creative Director at Media Brands Content Studio. This session will be moderated by my good friend, Michelle Edgar, Head of Strategic Partnerships at Live One. She's also graduating from UCLA Law this May with a special focus on this NIL industry. So you've got a bit of an industry expert. We've got 3 industry experts, so this is gonna be great. Welcome to the stage, guys.
Hey, thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Absolutely. I know we're a couple minutes behind, so I'll turn it over to you, Michelle. Take it away.
Great. Well, let's dive on in. I mean, just the 2 of you have had such a tremendous career in sports and marketing in the world of brands, and real experts. So your bios speak for yourself. I would love you to just share a few highlights because I'm sure a lot of people know you. I've been flooded by, just your reputation in the business, just being part of this. But why don't you just share something that, has been your passion point in what you do, and then we can dive into all the NIL stuff. So Rob, would you like to kick it off?
Geez, putting me on the spot first. Sure, why not? So hey, I'm Rob Hersey. I'm Group Creative Director at Media Brands Content Studio, which is a newly formed agency within Interpublic Group. And so we specialize in really creating audience-led creative ideas that really manifest themselves in content and provide unique ways to reach audiences. A lot of the times this can be through content partnerships. This could be through branded content. This could be through things that are done with talent and athletes. So, it's all about trying to figure out how brands can reach their audiences in the most impactful way. And how do we move, across media, across different platforms where people are, and how do we move culture? So, some of the brands that I've worked on in my tenure here, across media brands and Universal McCann and some of the other agencies within IPG are Coca-Cola, American Express, Spotify, Rocket Mortgage. A lot of large brands that are always trying to, that have a lot of large scale sports sponsorship deals, but are also always looking for new ways to actually, drive relevant connections with people that love sports and athletes.
Great. Amika?
Yeah, thank you, Rob. It's good to see you. Michelle, too. So my name is Emeka Fadale, VP of Sports Marketing here at ESPN. So what that means is that, I oversee the consumer and brand marketing for live sports at the company. So whether it's, the NFL or NBA, UFC, soccer, my group is responsible for, driving people to, view the events on ESPN or subscribe through ESPN Plus, as well as developing a real brand relationship with ESPN through the live sports platform. So that's what I do, and it's exciting to be here.
So let's dive on in. I know this is a passion point, the NIL space for all of us. I've been studying this for my thesis. I have 50 pages to write, I think, in the next 80 days. So that's going to be a body of work. But, every day something is changing. I mean, it's been a pivotal 2 weeks just from, the NLRB now, the question about student, as employers in this space. And then just on Friday, Division I is restructuring their rules and seeing what's going to happen with the NCAA. So this is literally just 2 weeks, let alone the big cases that are going to be determined in the year ahead. So I'd love to talk, because we had a little powwow and, we discussed the opportunity that NIL has provided, making the college landscape more equitable. It's a tremendous opportunity for the athletes to get compensated, but to really build a sustainable brand. How have you both been involved in this process with your respective companies, as well as you personally? So what are your thoughts on this?
I think what's super interesting with NIL and just sort of listening to the last panel is that, it's all new, right? So in a lot of ways, the frameworks that exist now might not be the frameworks that exist tomorrow and the next day. But what it does provide, right, and what you do see, I do think, is some macro trends that is potentially changing the college space for the better. So I think one of them is this idea of whether you call it inclusion or you call it, having, sports and athletes before who might have been underrepresented because they weren't necessarily part of the big 2 or 3 or, now have a chance to really sort of grow their brand, bring interest to their sport through the NIL, mechanism. And I think that is really connected to the idea, and I really believe, the growth of sort of the female college athlete and female college sports in terms of, now there's, essentially a marketing platform that comes through the individual and probably the brands that the individual is bringing to all of a sudden start to talk about women's college basketball, gymnastics in a way that the traditional media framework doesn't necessarily always provide the opportunity. So I think that's super interesting. I also think the other trend, the other observation is we have to think about the individual athlete and this idea of maximizing and matching your sort of height of athletic impact and earning power, right? So for a lot of athletes who are not going, the next level, right, or not playing in the NBA or not playing, on Sundays, NIL now provides you the opportunity to perhaps, sort of maximize the peak of your athletic, sort of ceiling, with the financial, connection to that, and I think that is like really interesting across the board. So you're starting to see, sort of the changes that, these sort of macro opportunities that it could provide, but it's also changing every day, and I think what might be something that we think about today might be different tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, just to echo some of the great points that Emeka made, is that, I think it's no surprise that sports marketing has been successful historically in the past. Sports are an amazing vehicle for telling really captivative and inspiring stories, and really looking at, the full human potential kind of coming to life. But, when you look at kind of the big sports that get kind of the traditional spotlight, so to speak, a lot of them, like Emeka had mentioned, that they really are at that pinnacle point in the athlete's career where they've kind of finally made it and gone pro. And that there's a lot of really amazing young athletes that are kind of just breaking the paradigm and really doing amazing things both on and off the court, or field, or what track, whatever, or swimming pool, whatever this college sport may be. And it really provides brands, more freedom, I think, to create more authentic partnerships between these athletes, instead of just aligning with kind of a marquee sport that everyone kind of knows and supports. And I also think it just provides a unique opportunity to reach the right audience as well. A lot of the brands that I work on currently and have worked on historically in the past often have a high emphasis in targeting a young audience, mainly Gen Z, along with, I'm sure every brand loves to just trying to attract Gen Z consumers. But sometimes you can fall into an interesting kind of contradiction there when we talk about college level sports, because while there are a lot of young people playing in the sport, some of the people that are watching and consuming sports content aren't necessarily that consumer. And some ways that they are consuming that sports content is very different. They most are often are apt to consume highlight content. They're more interested in some of the reels and the moments within these sports rather than watching a full 90 minute 120 minute game. So, this provides a unique opportunity for brands to kind of reach a younger consumer and create more organic and authentic relationships with those consumers, but also still, reaching, the wider demo that's still, supporting college sports and tuning into college sports every day.
And what would you say is the right way to get involved in this space from an athlete standpoint, as you're looking at picking the right athletes, and from a brand standpoint?
From an athlete standpoint, it always comes down to, I think for every athlete, whether you're at the pro level, the college level, it always comes down to what is authentic to you, right? What is something that I think, represents who you are in full, and if it's something that you're passionate about and represents sort of where you want to go. Because I think for athletes, the key is if you're going to pursue an interest, right? If you're going to go down a road, you want to make sure that is authentic to you. You're going to do your homework on it, put in the time, because once, you're out there, your audience wants to know that truly represents you, and your brand wants to know, the brand that the partners with you wants to know that's truly you. And that's something that they can grow with. Right. So I think from an athlete perspective, I actually think it's a little bit of introspection to start, right? What is going to be something that, you're hey, this is what I'm about, and this is what I'm going to, really sort of put kind of my full person and weight into, and really grow as I grow with this. And that in itself will attract interest, will attract brands. So I think from an athlete perspective, is that what is that sort of fundamental value that you're willing to say, this is the stake in the ground of who I am and what I want to represent?
I think you bring up a really great point, because it also speaks to kind of giving empowerment to the athletes. And I think historically, maybe in the past, they haven't had that opportunity. I mean, you see many athletes, when they're starting out in their careers, it's kind of interesting to watch how brand deals kind of unfold and how they kind of build their credentials in their careers, where, you know, they might be doing, you know, some local advertising for, you know, a insert, you know, whatever fast food chain, you know, one day, and then ultimately, you know, signs a major deal for a major brand where they're, you know, their long-term advocate and spokesperson. So, you know, being having you know, these athletes have the opportunity to actually kind of work on building their credentials, their resume, and their brand relationships from an early stage really does allow them to kind of grow and maximize and mature over time. And I think what you said is, you know, kind of what I agree with too, as you know, I think we will probably say it 1,000 times throughout this conversation, but it really is just based on an authentic partnership. And I think that's the most important thing. So, you know, even just giving an example of when Boost Mobile, you know, was one of the first, or if not the first brand to kind of give an endorsement deal to college athletes in the Cavinder twins. It felt so right for Boost Mobile because they're always a brand that represents supporting marginalized voices, and, you know, college female basketball players. I mean, I think can certainly qualify as ones that, you know, haven't necessarily gotten the proper spotlight, and, you know, and that they have so much more, especially, you know, these, you know, the two individuals have so much more to offer outside of just their game on the court. So, I mean, it really comes down to, you know, what is the value proposition that you're adding to these athletes, and how are you building this long-term partnership for the long haul? Because I think that's another radical shift too. I think that for brands to do this, especially, you know, for these individuals that are, you know, they're not just young athletes, they're young people, really building that relationship for the long term instead of a short term kind of sponsorship plays is very important.
I know Jim spoke about this earlier on, but I think 8 months ago when it first started, there was a bigger gap between male, female. And now he said it's a more even split. But what I've just noticed from looking at these different, you know, the way athletes are selected, some of the larger deals versus some of the, you know, other deals. I mean, it's interesting because football and basketball are always driving, but it seems when you look at the male, female, like females, they might have some of the bigger deals, but they might not be per se at a Division I school, you know, doing gymnastics or soccer or whatnot. I'd love to hear sort of your take, because this is a big time for women in sports, you know, this week especially. And I'd love to hear your thoughts. And, you know, I know some of the women are really leading the charge here, but, you know, what are your thoughts on this? And how do you approach and give, you know, fair equity for not just the 1 percentile who get those huge deals, but also the rest of, you know, the team? So just those two things.
Yeah, like I think it's a good question, right? Because ultimately, like what we're asking for is like, hey, what's the best way to sort of, you know, for an athlete to get out there? Do I need to be at, you know, sort of the biggest spotlight all the time? And do I need to be winning championships and everything else for, you know, brands to be interested? I don't think that's the story here. I think what NIL is essentially, it's a conversation at the intersection of like performance and story, right? So every college athlete playing at a high level, like that is, you know, let's define that is like pinnacle performance. So like an athlete who is there has achieved that performance metric. Yes, you might, you know, an athlete might be sort of different if, you know, they're playing in the national championship game, but that doesn't necessarily compromise an athlete who is playing in a different type of game at a different level, because they've achieved that college level performance to say, hey, I'm truly an athlete, you know, I work every day, every week, off season, and I'm putting in the time. So I feel like what's really interesting is like there's this, you know, kind of like entryway of performance that everyone has achieved. And now it's like, how do you build upon that? And now it becomes the story, the brand, who you are, how you engage your audience, you know, what are your fundamental values and how you articulate that. And that's what, you know, ultimately is going to separate, you know, I think, you know, athletes in terms of how they, you know, take advantage of the space. And I also think that's also what's really interesting about, you know, female athletes and, you know, and what they're doing in terms of bringing attention to female college sports, because it's a story about, you know, performance, but it's a story about brand and story and how you story tell that and who you are. And I think that's what's really cool about NIL. It's like this idea of like performance and storyteller is going to be the key that, like, I think separates people.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree. I just think it opens up the flexibility and kind of the efficiency of a brand when they really want to, you know, connect with a particular audience. And instead of going for, you know, the biggest D1 schools, you know, they can really focus in on, you know, those stories and those athletes that are truly reflective of who they are and their principles and their values. You know, so brands that do that may be playing a more focused approach, but they also have the ability to win and speak to a broader audience in the long term, which is really important. You know, and I think a lot of brands that are focused are rewarded, you know, in the future. I mean, this isn't related to NIL, but, you know, I thought one example in the space that I thought was always a great one was how Adidas a couple years ago started airing, you know, high school football games on Friday nights. It was called like Friday Night Stripes. And I thought that was really, really smart because, you know, it's a big brand and you're using your spotlight to put, to create a platform for, you know, a group of athletes that, you know, historically really hadn't had that opportunity and may feel like it's a local tactic. But again, you know, the athletic stories can kind of transcend and these individuals can resonate with a lot more people, even if they're not, you know, playing in a predominant sport or, you know, a D1 college necessarily. You know, it's really about, you know, what are the values that, you know, these athletes embody, you know, and how is the brand, you know, really playing an active role in helping these values come to life.
Yeah, 100%, Rob. And I think, you know, another point here is like, you know, about is this rise of the micro and medium like influencer, right? Because I think what NIL will provide is that it doesn't always have to be, you're certainly going to have the folks who have the big followings, right? And sort of everyone knows about that athlete on a national scale. But I actually think what we're also going to be looking at for brands especially is like engaging with athletes who have, you know, an audience that's fully engaged and fully sort of bought into that athlete. Because for a brand, that's what you want, right? You want sort of that connection and that high engagement and that loyalty. And I think, you know, the folks who are the micro and the medium, you know, sort of followings have that, right? And are telling that story and building that audience. And I think that's going to be ultimately attractive to brands.
I mean, again, just to echo what you said, I mean, this is something that we see beyond sport, you know, that there's definitely a more emphasis in micro, nano influencers, however you want to coin them, but people that just have more of a dedicated and authentic fan base. And it's really true when they have a true brand partnership versus a brand sponsor. So it's, you know, it's very important.
What are your thoughts on, you know, a lot of these big educational institutions, me being at UCLA, they have Jordan and a bunch of brands already. There were some discussions about like taking those existing partnerships and seeing, is there a smart way to do some kind of carve out for the athletes specific of that team? Like, let's say there's a big partner that really wants to get behind empowering the athlete and for the long haul, you know, like a real brand, everyone has kind of like tailor picked, but like really getting invested behind. What would you like to see? What are your thoughts on really making a scalable imprint if somebody wants to really be invested to make a mark in a large way in this space?
And Michelle, you mean from a school perspective or for a brand sort of looking to go, you know,
both
national?
From like from a school perspective in terms of a brand who's already partnered with that school, and then, you know, just in general, like what would be a scalable way to really look at this? What do the athletes need? What is the industry need right now to really make a mark? You know, like we're seeing just this week a bunch of scholarships. A few athletes have raised their hands to really help one another out and started their own scholarship, you know, sort of where you can put your essays through, but you're seeing a lot of these different types of models. What are your thoughts? What's the right way? Do you kind of like do that kind of carve out for existing sponsors, or do you create a new kind of like venture model? Like, I don't know what's missing from the pipeline. Obviously educational is so important. I wish LegalZoom and, you know, you mentioned Rocket Mortgage and TurboTax, like they should come in and just be the ones helping these athletes in a large way build their businesses. But I'd love your thoughts.
Yeah, you know, look, you know, I think in a lot of ways the model is like currently being built, right? So, I think the models will ultimately change. But what I think one thing we do know is that a lot more schools are now developing their own NIL program, right? And I think that's kind of what you're going to see is that schools ultimately, I think, are going to sort of get involved in a much more proactive way, to have a framework, where they work with their athletes, but also represents something from a school level. And I think that is going to be interesting in how that looks from a school level, from a conference level, and you go from there. So I think that's probably the one part I've been sort of paying attention to is just like how the schools are starting to engage and how they're starting to engage, in terms of to your point, at scale, right? Where it's not just a couple of schools, but it's like, hey, it's these schools over here, these schools over here, and, seeing where that goes.
Well, even like Michigan, influencer works with Michigan and they created the exchange program, and they're actually putting together, having sort of that forum where they can come and communicate and sort of get matched up. Other schools, it's different what Texas is doing versus UCLA. Everyone has their own sort of model. I know UCLA is working with our law school with, students helping look over contracts for athletes, which is a nice cyclical sort of utilizing the resources from an educational standpoint, as well as at the business school. So everyone has their own, version of this, which is really interesting to see take form.
Absolutely. And I think, on as it relates to the topic, I think one brand that I saw that did this kind of effectively was StockX. And what they did was by creating the Air Jordan shoe for the University of Oregon. But, instead of just leveraging the equity and cool factor, of the sneaker and just selling out as StockX is really built on, they really use it as an opportunity to raise money and give back to the school and the community. So I think that's really important because community is the kind of the overlooked element with all this, because, with pro level athletes, you're dealing with an agent, you're dealing with someone who's kind of financially established, and, they're part of a team or a league that, is already, a multi-billion-dollar business model. And that, that these young athletes in these schools, are, it's important to make sure that you understand the broader context of how you're actually contracting and engaging with them. And, Michelle, you brought up a good point that, that we mentioned in our chats that I'm super passionate about, but it really is around athlete education and empowerment, and that there's certain brands that, have a really, powerful role to play, in my opinion, particularly in financial services and maybe fintech, where, they can really help, have a more, build a more long-term relationship and help prepare these athletes for the future, as it pertains to long-term success. I was listening to a podcast and it was crazy. I heard this. I think it was a retired NFL player, and they were interviewing him and asking him about NIL, and the kind of hosts were kind of saying, oh, are you bummed out that you missed out on these deals back when you were in school? And, man, you could have had so much more money and blah, blah, blah. And, his response was pretty shocking. He actually said that, I'm actually glad that I didn't have that as a young 20-something-year-old kid, or, even late teen, because I probably would have gone broke at that point, which is just astonishing. But there's a truth to it, because again, yes, they're young athletes, but they're young people and at a pivotal point in their development stage of growth. And that, looking upon it further, there's a high, bankruptcy and financial instability rate as it relates to athletes that have gone pro and in their first couple of years or after retirement. I think it was like 78% of NFL players and 60% of NBA players after 2 years of retirement have financial instability. And that's just wild. That's just absolutely crazy. And having the opportunity to have brand dollars at a young age potentially could be a part of helping this, but it actually could exacerbate this issue as well, if not, if there isn't the kind of proper education around contracts and financial responsibility and investing and all those sorts of things. So, long story short, I think brands, particularly in that space, have the opportunity to play an important role there.
And that's what I hope to see, because it's so much about the education. It's not just executing these deals and, going through compliance and tracking. That's why the systems that Influencer has done, where, it's an automatic turnkey sort of tracking for taxes as well as compliance with your university, but also creating a sustainable business that stands the test of time. All these young athletes are going to be turning into like small business owners. So making sure they have the education and resources and teams to, be able to really, take this into, their futures. That's what I hope to see, that longevity, not it just being a quick hit, but, it's been providing great opportunity for people to have their families see them for the first time, play and do things like that. A lot of the HBCU schools have been doing tremendous job as well. And, I hope that, the athletes get what they need as they, not just the 4 years, but we're talking about the 4 years, but you guys talked a little bit about the impact on the Olympics and what that could look like. So I'd love you to sort of touch on, that entire element of it, because that was interesting when we did our touch base about sort of the funnel into the Olympics and how this could have an impact on that.
Yeah, no, I think, what's super interesting, and we'll talk about the Olympics, but, when we think about sort of the athlete going from, college to pro, I think you're almost having a very different type of athlete and mindset, right? Because, if you look at the pro game now, there's some really great sort of this hybrid mentality from an athlete perspective. Like you have Draymond and Steph, and like you have Durant, who, to keep the main thing, great on the court, but they're invested in, sort of, like music tech, all this other stuff, where it's like super interesting where they're maximizing their playing days, right? Versus waiting till, their playing careers finish to sort of start this other kind of like career outside of sports. And I think what NIL is going to do with some of these athletes going into that is like, they're going to get reps early on, right? Like in college, where they have to like deal with, working through a brand partnership, Rob mentioned contracts, all this stuff, right? And now they're coming into the pro game and almost in a way, like more shovel ready to essentially maximize that playing career that they have, right? And not have to sort of wait till, maybe the end of the career to start or after it's done. And so it's this idea of like, I think, and I hope is like democratizing the opportunities to more athletes to engage in this, ability to sort of impact outside of what's on the court. And, and starting that process, with sort of the NIL activity that ultimately trains them to once they turn pro.
Yeah, Mika, that's an amazing point. And, I had never thought about Olympic athletes as it relates to this issue. And you could just see the potential. I was watching a great documentary on HBO. I think it was The Weight of Gold. And it was talking about kind of when COVID had happened, it exacerbated some of these mental health issues and just some of these just fundamental challenges that these athletes face. And a lot of it, which was shocking because a lot of it I wasn't actually even that aware of, that so much of the training, so much of the expenditures, it's all personal, it's all something that they have to personally fund it and support. And a lot of them are they're performing at the highest level in the entire world. And they're, trying to live, paycheck to paycheck, trying to, maximize and cut whatever cost they possibly can just to even be able to sustain, their training. So to be able to provide stability and kind of level that playing field, and as you said, give them the reps that they need, like it's mind blowing of how much that can change, because that seems like such a big systemic issue that just it needs disruption, and this definitely feels like the right kind of disruption to solve it.
And it's right around the corner. It will be in LA in 28. So
yeah, there you go.
It's an exciting time for sports. I'm an East Coaster, but in LA right now, it's a very exciting time for sports out here.
You're at the heart of it all, Michelle.
I'd love to ask you guys, to stay on top of all this news and to advise your clients the right way. A lot of people, I mean, I'm tracking it every day on my alerts, and it's like a full-time job with like 20 articles a day, just reading and staying on top of it all between the law journals, the news. So like how are you best, staying on top of it? I mean, obviously you guys are in the business, but like for someone who might be less familiar, or, clients who are outside of the sports realm, like what would you advise your specific clients and others who might not be as, in the trenches to like, trusted sources to look at other than ESPN?
So like I'm always a firm believer of, anything that is new and it's changing so fast, like probably the most important thing to have is perspective, right? So a lot of what I focus on is sort of the number of different types of perspectives and sources that I'm, sort of having a conversation or absorbing NIL information. So that could come from, talking to an athlete, could come from talking to someone from the school, could come from talking to someone at the brand level, right? Like the key here is it's developing at such a rate that it's really important to have the right array of perspectives, so you're capturing the full development and you don't have any blind spots. And so that's the thing I would sort of, tell folks is like, make sure when you're reading something, when you're talking to someone, like you're actually like really focus on the perspective it's coming from, because we'll give you the full picture versus, maybe reading the same article or reading sort of like going to the same sort of sources. So that's the one sort of thing I would just sort of say to everyone.
Yeah, it's a fantastic point. And, it's hard to speak specifically because I think each brand kind of has interest or has, is curious about name and likeness for their own specific kind of objectives and, what it really entails for them. But, it honestly is just looking at, how this can help, do the things for their brand that, and connect with the people that they're really looking to achieve. A lot of it can be difficult for some of these brands that are used to just larger sports sponsorship commitments, and some of them they're called commitments. They actually are committed and signed to these long-term deals. So it can be a little hard to kind of make that fundamental pivot into something that is a little bit untested. It feels a little bit more maybe smaller, feels a little bit more like it's more niche. But I think what they have to realize is that, brands, again, like being the early adopters is a really special opportunity. And, the brands that are early adopters and do, and kind of jump onto things from the onset, I definitely think are rewarded for it. And that there's a lot of ways that, these athletes, can really build their profiles and really can be successful. That doesn't depend on brands. There's so many things that they can do as, a content creator, using social media, elevating, their own profile, their own personality, and even using, new technology and new platforms. I saw that, that there's a whole bunch of athletes creating NFTs on Legacy League. That is something that obviously did not exist, maybe I was gonna say 10 years ago, but it didn't exist maybe a year ago. I'm not entirely sure about that trajectory, but there's so many other ways that athletes are, building a business, building a brand, building success and building their own profile. And that, brands that, kind of can help them do that from the early onset will be rewarded for sure.
So what would you guys like to see sort of in the magic crystal ball of this all changing, let alone 1 month, 6 months, a year from now? What do you hope to see, or what do you hope to sort of manifest and execute and put out in this world with your creative leadership roles in this space?
Like, I think, one of the things I would love to see is if NIL can continue on its positive benefit trajectory, right? Like we talked about inclusion, right? We talked about bringing, I think opportunities to whether it's HBCUs or like elevating female sports and the female college athlete. Like I think if it can do that, right, then I think overall it would have been really good for college sports. But there's still a lot to be written, in how sort of NIL plays out, and, with certainly some, pros aspect to it and potentially some downside aspect to it. So that's my hope, because if we can ultimately make the college game better for everyone through this, I think that's a win for sports. And I also think that's a win for our athletes.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I understand why, the college, the NCAA and a lot of these institutions are definitely concerned. Obviously, financially, it's very kind of threatening to the current model, but I do understand kind of the broader concerns around, preserving and advancing sport and competitive fairness and all those sorts of things. And I actually think that it should be, a good thing, and it actually should progress sport and democratize sports and level the playing field a little bit in a way that, hasn't provided those opportunities in the past to, marginalize sports, marginalize athletes, marginalize communities, and looking at, how we can actually push that forward. And I think, an example of this that we've seen in culture that's similar is kind of is Overtime Elite, the high school sports league that, was really created kind of in conjunction with some of these issues, and these these young athletes that weren't getting the proper funding, training, education that they needed. And it's actually created a product that has been shown to be very engaging and something that people wanted and are looking for. So I think this can be a ripple effect to really disrupt the sport for better. It could even like we said, and maybe even create a new model in these traditional sports.
Well, I know with just the two of you and your minds together, you will be writing the history and the playbook for NIL moving forward. So it's such an honor to moderate you guys and to be part of this discussion, and hope we can really, create impact here for, the long haul.
I think you will be, revolutionizing NIL, Michelle, with your,
If you just want the timeline and the 50-page thesis.
Please send me the 50-pager.
Yeah.
Looking forward
I got
to
out of
reading
law
that.
school a little early today. My professor knows I'm here with you, gents. So after this, I'm driving to class. So.
Awesome session, guys. Thank you so much. I love that closing point. I think it's just been so unfair watching the schools and the head coaches making millions of dollars salaries, and these athletes, one play away from, permanent injury or ruining their career or, affecting their future life. So I think this is a long time coming, and I'm really excited to see where it continues to go. We're going to be doing these probably every 6 months or so. NIL, as you guys know, we formed our own Influential U NIL division. It's a core tenet of what we're doing. We see the importance of it, and we thank thought leaders like you guys for all joining us, and hope that you guys can join us again in the future.
Absolutely.
Awesome. Thank you all so
Thank you.
much.
Bye.
All right, we've reached our final session of the day. This has been a truly tremendous day. So many great people to listen to today, so many great perspectives. I personally learned a ton. So we're going to close it out in a strong way. We are going to bring on John Van Dyke, Director of Golf Marketing at Society, Jeff Hoffman, Partner at Everett Sports Marketing, and Chris Longo, Marketing Manager at Athletes First. The session will be moderated by our birthday boy, Patrick Hayes.
Let's do it, Chris.
All right.
How's it going, Jets?
Good, buddy. How you doing?
Good. Nice to see you all. Looking good.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. Well, we're going to close it down for the day, and then Patrick's going to go to the bar and get some drinks for his birthday.
You got it. No, this is great. I appreciate all of you for joining me. And no, I just heard from John. Unfortunately, he's in nice weather. I'm in the freezing tundra here in Dallas. So as you know, I'd love to spend my afternoon on the golf course. So enjoy that for us. But appreciate all of you jumping on here. This is a really cool panel, and hopefully we can shed some light. I was on with the student athletes earlier, and absolutely incredible stories. And I know that you all are also a part of some incredible stories as well. So hopefully we can uncover some of those and shed some light on it. So appreciate it once again. And I'm going to start off by something super generic. I know we've heard it on a few other panels right now. I think it's just, for me, I want to hear different perspectives. We have the brands, we have the athletes, and now you as the representatives here. How's it been going? What's the first 7 months been like? And, maybe Jeff, I'll start with you.
Sure. I mean, I'd have to say it's capitalism at its best. I think there was a little bit of nervousness about what it would do to the sport. I think it's created a lot of opportunity, both from an inclusion standpoint as well as from female athletics. And I think it's been terrific. Now, it's not to say that I'm sure there'll be some regulations, some needs to put some guidelines out there. But from what it's done for the sport and the opportunities created for the athletes, I think it's, let's go. It's great.
Agreed. John, what about you?
I definitely looked at it as a education and learning standpoint at the beginning, see what other people were doing, kind of put some pieces in place. And then with golf specifically, like seeing what the USGA was going to do first before jumping into, throwing deals at some of these college players where it could affect their amateur status on the USGA circuit.
And I'm going to come back to golf here in a little bit because I think that's a unique sport that, as golf grows, NIL will as well. So we'll come back to that one. And Chris, I just want to end with you on the first 7 months.
I mean, as a former student athlete, I was absolutely fired up for this going in. I think our approach as an agency going in, kind of piggybacking off what John said, is taking those first month, even the months prior, just to kind of educate ourselves. It was obviously something new and different. And I think everyone was kind of learning during those couple months. So we really took a step back, I guess you would say, at the beginning, just to kind of educate ourselves, reach out to schools, make sure everyone's kind of doing it the right way. Because as an agency here, we're ultimately looking out for the best interest of the players. So we wanted to make sure we were going into it the right way, just to kind of educate ourselves. I think initially it felt kind of like the Wild Wild West, and everyone was kind of like just scrambling, happened so fast. I think some did it the right way and it was great. Others obviously are kind of learning as we go. I think it's starting to kind of level out, and brands and athletes are kind of starting to figure it out here. So as a whole, though, it's been, seeing some of our clients and some of these student athletes make money and get compensated for the work that they're doing has been really, really cool to see.
Yeah, it's all new for all of us. So we're all learning from it. And, we have different sports, different schools, different regulations across the board. And so, I think the first initial was that excitement. It's been a long time coming. It was from NCAA football and everyone loved that. And then all of a sudden it was an issue. You're using the name, image, likeness. Now we're officially in on it. And, the student athletes are able to capitalize off of that. So, I know you each represent some different sports and some different athletes that are really doing it well, from the golf, women's basketball, and football. So Jeff, maybe want to touch on, some of the things that you've learned from the women's basketball side of things, what you've learned and what I think, women's basketball can really do in the NIL space.
I think, if you take a look back, I think it was, Intercollegiate Fan Report from last August, quantified that there's about 42% of sports fans are actually women. And out of that, it's a $530 billion annual spending, economic accounting for that group of fans. So from a female sport perspective, the audience is tremendous. And I don't think we've barely even tapped into it from a sponsorship standpoint. So to see NIL come into play has been incredible. Working with the Cavenders specifically, the ability for them to monetize, their likeness in a way, I think that is pretty novel in the space. But also from a standpoint of focusing on long-term partnerships for them is something that I think is pretty unique, given the fact that you do see a lot of one-off opportunities. But I think for female athletics as a whole, you're going to start to see much more brands start to get into partnerships, both from a long-term standpoint, from a team standpoint, from a university standpoint. And we're just at the beginning of it, given the impact that base can have.
Totally. And I think, we've seen even the NBA has been trying to pump up the WNBA, and seeing Sabrina come back and do a lot more with Oregon. So I think it's really cool, seeing the Cavender twins. Correct me if I'm wrong, they just took part in like an equity deal, and that's, some of the first of its kind. And I think that that's really breaking some molds, especially in the female sports. And I think that they're on top.
Yeah. So it's, where the balance is, particularly, with a lot of the athletes that we represent, both from the NFL, NIL, PGA, is how are we going to determine long-term value within that brand over time? So NIL for a lot of these folks is going to have a beginning and an end. And I think the goal is to manufacture that brand over time. So when you look at, equity deals, creating Baseline, which is their own apparel company that have distribution across Champs, East Bay, a number of different places, that making sure that not just that they have equity, but that there's compensation guaranteed within that partnership, as well as royalties paid out. And then a step further in that is the fact that they have a board seat. So as we go into future seed, funding, they get a say so in their business. They're not just there for the name, image, and likeness. They're there as a business partner to grow throughout that. So our guide to them is to put them in positions to where they have much longer term partnerships where the equity deals may come, but that they're in control of those partnerships for the long term.
Yeah, I love that. John, getting to you more so, like I mentioned, the golf side of things, golf just in general. I mean, especially during COVID, I feel like I couldn't even get a tee time, and golf has really expanded. You see new brands even coming up that are more in that lifestyle space. So how's it been? I think you can even look at tennis, maybe the same thing. There's a lot of international students, and that's kind of a hiccup there here in NIL. So what are you seeing for NIL for golfers specifically?
I think with golf specifically, we see a sport that was always, here's a logo, you're playing well, this is where you're ranked in the world. And with collegiate athletes, we're now seeing the value of social, digital, the things you do. How many Instagram followers do you have? Do you have a TikTok? And in golf, that wasn't the case. It was like, there's plenty of PGA Tour pros, LPGA Tour pros that do not have social media. They don't have TikToks. They don't have YouTube channels. And when the brands get on the phone with us now, the question is, are they ranked? What's their tournament schedule? Oh, by the way, what do they look like on digital and social? And this has given an opportunity to the college students to now get into that early, not worry about how they're playing so much and seeing, oh, yeah, I can post that team photo that the coach took. Let's give them a little background of what it's like to be a collegiate athlete as a college golfer. And I think that's what's different, is now there's emphasis placed in that space that wasn't before. And it's also putting some pressure on the tour pros that have been around a little while to invest time into their personal brands. And I think there's some social media agencies now that have teamed up with some of the larger agencies to bring that value to the pros moving up here soon.
And I know that you guys take an approach, you're hands-on, you get your hands dirty, and you're a photographer yourself. I mean, I want to be just like you and do that. Like you're around them and you're trying to build up their brand and create, this content for them, for these golfers specifically. Like, are they understanding, why this is happening and how much that could really take them to that next level?
I think they are. A lot of it comes from the coaches and them seeing what's going on around them. And like a 12-year-old that has 10,000 followers and makes content with his family daily versus them, the average college golfer maybe has 1,500 followers to 2,500. And they're like, how do I get there? And how do I compete with some of these guys that have invested in this space? And, that's creating valuable content, consistency, sharing who they are to their audience. And they get it. This morning I was out with a client of ours that's an NIL player, and he wanted the photos. He wanted to look professional. He wanted it to look like he's a tour pro and be there, and not just another iPhone with holding the product that he's working with, but instead, how he relates to that product, or, why he's different and not just looking like the rest.
Yeah, well, guys are doing a great job in growing that game, especially the NIL space. Now, Chris, you're more so on the football side of things. There's, however many different teams in D1, and you add on 90 to 100, athletes per roster. How can you differentiate you guys yourself with so many different football players out there?
I think what it comes down to, and as we talk with potential clients and a lot of NIL athletes, is at the forefront of it, it's just education, like what it takes to actually be successful and have brands interested in you. I think finding athletes who are genuinely interested in it, it's 10 times easier. We explain to them, obviously, give them the tips and tricks. You have to be posting on Instagram constantly, creating content, really give brands a chance to understand who you are. Obviously, in the football world, we're not athletes aren't really given the opportunity. They're wearing a helmet day in and day out. And so what they portray on social and out in the public is really what brands are going to be looking for. You're watching a game, you don't see what CJ Stroud or Jackson Smith and Jigba look like, but fans will go to your page after the fact, look at the content that you're producing and make a decision if they want to work with you from there. So anytime that we're talking with our clients or anybody in the NIL space, we really hammer home, one, educate them on what it's like. It's a full-time job, right? Not only are they students, not only do they have to go to class, practice, weights, games. If they're genuinely interested in this, they have to see through the contracts, they have to see through the deliverables, they have to see through everything. And then at the same time, take time to market themselves on their social media platforms. So we have that conversation with anyone, any one of our clients. Some are more interested than others and do well. And obviously with college kind of being a path to the next level, some recognize the value in saying, hey, I want things here that make life easier on me, whether it's a car or an apartment, but I don't want to be out there blasting brands all over my page because I want to focus on football. I want to focus on trying to get to the next level. So it's really kind of weighing, really getting an understanding and get to know the clients that we work with in the NIL space, come up with the strategy of how they want to operate and prioritize whatever they want to do. So.
Now, I know each of your agencies also works with professional athletes as well. And, I was once in your shoes and I'm still learning NIL. I think we all are, and even the other social media platforms, and I'm learning TikTok and slowly but surely. But, what are the differences that you see in working with some of these student athletes versus these pro athletes? I think, from my vantage point, seeing some of these, college kids going to pro, it's a little bit of a culture shock, being like, oh my goodness, like here's some opportunities. I've hit that. For some of these college kids, I mean, they're freshmen and sophomore, they still have, ways to go to prove themselves. And then they're getting some of these opportunities. So, and kind of calming them down and like their nerves and, like this race towards the, finish line, their teammates are talking about what they're doing, internally, like, what are those conversations like? Is, it's, slow and steady, is it, versus just sprinting out the gates? And Jeff, I'll start with you.
Yeah. I've got a unique example. So we also represent Sam Howell and Isaiah Spiller, both from an NIL perspective, but, projected, between first running back or, top quarterback coming into the draft, and brought those guys through NIL. So having a strategy in the outset for Sam in particular, from a community standpoint and the locker room within the outset of that relationship was key. Second to that was when you take on these individuals, particularly in the collegiate space, there's a lot more pressure on you from how's that going to permeate across the university? How's that going to look across your teammates? So mitigating that risk to your brand as you navigate through partnerships is key. So the community aspect from a philanthropic standpoint is huge, inclusive of teammates. So there are a number of deals and opportunities where Sam in particular, every deal that he went through included teammates. So making sure that you understand those dynamics much more so than on the professional level, and guide. The entire goal is to get their brand established in a position that when we take that leap to the NFL, that they've already established the type of personality they are, the type of engagements they'll go into, and the way they'll present themselves in social is going to be in a way that a GM, additional teammates in the league would want as a teammate.
I know last week in LA for the Super Bowl, you guys hosted an agency where you had professional athletes and also your NIL. Were there any conversations among some of the pro players of, like, this is where I'm at, and if I would have done this, I would have done this differently? Was there any advice thrown back and forth at all?
Yeah, it was interesting. We had an event. We had Mac Jones, Sam Howell, Isaiah Spiller, Jonathan Taylor, and the Cavenders came. And to have that kind of mix from our, some of our premier alpha talent together in that dynamic. I mean, they would group up and go through it. I think at one point, the five of them just did their own TikTok with the twins kind of leading the way. I think the conversations go between platform usage. What you'll see is only about 4 or 5% of NFL athletes right now participate in TikTok, where I would dare to say 50% of the conversations that we engage in with brand partners are who's active in TikTok. We recognize Instagram has its play, The algorithm has shifted. Who can we work with in TikTok? So having that opportunity for those conversations between platforms across NIL and professional sports allows those guys to kind of understand the value of platforms more intrinsically than if they sat there and said, hey, I'm just going to participate on Instagram. I think you have to understand that, there's two values to a partnership. One is going to be the marketplace, the athlete and the performance. The other is going to be the media, the social following that they can influence with. Yes, there are going to be athletes that may not have a very, very large following, and brands will want to partner with them, regardless of that. The ones that can have both the actual social following that they can target into, get that return, mitigate their risk on the partnership, that's going to be kind of nirvana. So if you look at like a Cavender twin who's got a significant media following, a tremendous content creation, as well as multiple platforms, they're very valuable to the brand. And helping, coach other players saying, hey, this is how you can activate on those platforms is pretty key to how we operate with as a boutique agency.
Man, to be a fly on the wall in those conversations must be pretty cool. So that's great. And John, what about you? What are some of those first initial conversations like that might differ in a way that you have with some of your pro athletes?
Well, first off, everyone's different, right? Every program we have is tailored to each specific athlete. Some are natural, right? Some already have that 10,000 to 100,000 following. Some enjoy talking to the camera, hey, what's up, guys? This is me at the course. And then there's the other side, right? The ones that are, more private about their lives, maybe don't want that TikTok. So how do we, show them what some of the younger people are doing and bring that value to like the older players that are, the vets that don't see that value, and then back and forth, right? Some of these guys were in the league, NFL side, they saw no value in having that Instagram, but we made one anyway and kind of just created content on there, whether it was reposting Getty images or an occasional use of, media they had created for an activation. And guess what? As time went on, they started to see that value. Like, hey, where's that Instagram? What's that that login for the handle? I want to get on there. I want to, interact. And, I think on the golf side specifically, there's always going to be, because it's such an individual sport, guys that don't want that platform. They don't care if they're there. They think it's enough money to make a win or a top 10. But for the middle guys, it's super important to have that space, have that digital. And, the difference, I guess, was the question. I think the younger guys are a little more open to learning and hearing about it, even if they've been told maybe by other agencies or other pros in the past that it wasn't important. They're seeing what their peers are doing and what they're making. And it's, important to them in some sense, even if there's a huge educational gap there where they're like, I don't know about personal branding. How can you help me?
Do you feel like some of those NIL student athlete golfers feel like they belong? I think that a lot of the times that football and the basketballs get, highlighted a little bit more, maybe they're TV sports, but in looking at something like golf, where I think there's a huge growth opportunity in college sports, like for that, do they feel like they belong at that table?
I think it's a maturity thing, right? Some are like, are my friends going to make fun of me for having a TikTok? What if I do this? And, someone DMs me and is like, that was stupid. Like, I think it's, it's not. It's just invest in it and see what happens and make stuff you like.
Yeah. And Chris, what about you? You've got some top NFL guys and now some top NCAA student athletes. What are those conversations like at Athletes First?
I think from the NIL standpoint, just recognizing how young these kids and student athletes really are. I mean, we went into conversations with Jackson Smith and Jigba and CJ Stroud, who are only sophomores in college. They're 17, 18 years old. And between both them and their parents, this is all brand new to them. They don't know anything about it. So taking time with some of those younger guys to really educate them, both them and their parents and their entire surrounding team, and just recognizing, again, how young they are. Going back to Jeff's point, I think a big thing that a lot of college kids are worried about, they had 2-3 years without NIL, without doing any deals. Their concern is me making $100,000 $100,000 on this brand deal going to ostracize me from the team and like make me stand out? So having to balance that and have conversations with kids and strategize from that standpoint was definitely key. And then honestly, I think the biggest thing separating pro athletes and NIL athletes is really time management. We found with a lot of college kids, they have class, they have friends, they want to go out and party and have a college experience. They have games, practice, weights. They're waking up at 7 and they're getting home at 9 and have to go do homework. To try to balance and find that time to actually capture content or execute certain things or schedule a photo shoot or something like that is really hard. So explaining that to them from the get-go, and getting them to understand, look, like this is a huge time commitment on top of what you guys are already doing. You get a guy like Jalen Ramsey or Tua who have kind of been doing it for years. They actually, as much as you might not think about it, they have some time. They have an off day on a Tuesday. They're out of the facility on maybe a Friday at like 2:00. So like there is more time. Like that's their specific job. As an NIL athlete, there's so much else going on around them. So that's really been kind of the biggest difference in kind of balancing, and it's on us, it's on the athlete as we kind of grow and get them to that next level, to manage their time and make sure that they're executing things that they have to do and that we're not overwhelming them. I think we probably have 1 or 2 examples during the year where as we're working and guys are working with brands, they'll let us know, look, this is getting overwhelming. I have a huge game coming up. Like I can't do anything. And so that's also conversations we have to have with brands at the get-go, is like, we need to kind of balance, like have an understanding that football is priority. But obviously we need to balance this other stuff and it's all brand new to them. So biggest difference is just time management and education, because they are so young. 17, 18 years old. I can't even imagine being in college and going through some of this stuff. It's a lot of responsibility. So
one of the goals that I had coming in today was to really shed light on, the everyday life of these student athletes. I think that's where a lot of the brands get caught up, is like, where's my content? Where's this at? And like you mentioned, I mean, from 6 a.m. to sometimes 10 p.m., like they don't even have time for themselves. So, in those conversations, like, do you set time? Do you have to schedule it, far in advance to have these kind of conversations? Or do you just kind of let them be and then kind of just feel out when the best opportunity to really, hey, let's get on the phone real quick and kind of chop it up?
Yeah, I think, we're pretty honest with both our student athletes and brands from the get-go and kind of explain it. Really, you're waiting for any moment, whether you need to post up or need them to schedule content. We always find it's more helpful to, hey, we have an hour here, let's like get together, we'll send somebody out, we'll capture content and we'll just get everything posted and done with. That way they're kind of like, we can fit it within their schedule. At the same time, a lot of times you're just waiting for that time that they have off and they're able to execute it. Luckily the clients and NIL kids that we have worked with, we're all very, very invested in working with brands and getting it done, and we're very responsible throughout. So scheduling things around their schedule is always difficult, but usually kind of allocating like, hey, we have 1 hour this week, let's do it all, was always very, very helpful.
Yeah, our conversations are always about setting those expectations. And Jeff, like when I get on the phone with these brands, I try to highlight, not to speak for the representative of the student athletes themselves, but put myself in their shoes. And, a lot of times, especially on the influential side, we work with a lot of content creators, TikTokers, that's their daily jobs to do this. The same brands are coming to us for these student athletes and they want to work with them in the same capacity. And then there's sometimes they expect the content to be filmed on, the massive HD cameras instead of their phones. So when you're having those conversations, what do you really highlight as far as, the Cavender twins do a great job, but some of the others, they really only have their phone and the direction that the brand gives them. So what do you have to say to that?
Yeah. So 2 things. I think it touches a little bit on Chris's response from a time management standpoint. So a lot of the partnerships we'll focus on will be either season long or multi-year. So in a lot of ways, we're in a position to push either to off season or bye weeks. for big productions. So if we're going to do a partnership with an East Bay Champs for, a new female line, we'll make sure that that's pushed to a full off week session where we can go out there and, shoot the content in tandem with production. And even like in-season opportunities from this past football collegiate season, a lot of that content for those partnerships would be pushed into bye weeks or preseason time. So from a type and style, particularly around TikTok, when the brands engage, say, hey, let's work with the Twins on a shoot for a new protein shake or something like that. What I find is that most brands want as authentic a creation as possible. Anything that's overproduced, that's not native to that individual, scares them. I think that brands have gotten much more savvy in the sense of what production means, and that partnering with an individual, that influence, that audience, that creation that they've brought is what they're buying. So when they say, hey, we want a TikTok, a lot of times they'll say, shoot it just like you would shoot it on the phone that you would shoot it on, in your apartment, exactly like it would appear. Because what you'll find is those views, those shares, those likes, those engagements reduce the more produced it becomes. That's not native to what they're already executing on. So in that sense, it does become the brand conversation like, hey, Haley and Hannah, create just like you create organic content that you're hanging out with your mom, go for it. On the bigger productions, of course, we'll bring in, production teams and things like that for things that are off platform, broadcast, digital, stuff like that.
And John, are you having very similar conversations?
Yeah, I agree 100%. Whatever's authentic wins, right? Whatever creates attention, that's where it's at.
Yeah, for sure. And I know that golf too, golf's an international sport. And so you see some of these bigger brands, but also local. I think I read in Front Office Sports, it's almost kind of half and half with the Fortune 1,500 brands and also the local. So, what's that balance like in, wanting them to support their community, local community, and be involved, in their school, city, more so than just, always looking towards that next favorite brand that we use, every single day.
Yeah, I think local is a great place to start, a little less stressful. You can deal with who's in charge there on a one-on-one basis, create those relationships. And it's a great opportunity for when you turn pro to like team up with these people, right? You're local, they got to know you. Maybe they got to go see you play in person. And you give them like, I wouldn't say like a VIP experience, but like now they know who you are. And those might be the people that introduce you to those corporate brands or those meetings that you want to be in. I agree. The big corporate companies are fun to work with, for them. That's how they always saw themselves, whether it's Nike or Adidas. But they're probably not going to pay as well to an NIL kid because there's just not as much value there, right? Are they going to get a return on that investment? Is it worth 6 figures? Is it worth 5 figures? Up to the brand, but some of these local companies actually can get the value they input to a local athlete because people know who they are there. And personally, when they're in NIL, it's like a little less stress to work with the local company.
Chris, what about you? You're discussing, all these brand deals, local, national. A lot of your guys are in these smaller markets. What is that balance that, you discuss with them?
I think as a whole, as NIL and all student athletes at various schools, from what I've kind of noticed, is there's probably more deals to be had on a local level. Obviously, it kind of depends on who you are, right? If you're a Heisman candidate, a Bryce Young, a CJ Stroud, national brands are going to be more inclined to actually bring you on. But we have taken a huge focus. We hired an entire team literally just to focus on the local level with guys. And what we found is not only, a football player might have 20, 30,000 followers. Of those 20,000 followers, probably 15,000 are fans of that school, whether it's Ohio State, whether it's Ole Miss, wherever it may be. So those local brands are going to see the most return in any deal that they do. They're going to get all their followers are going to be very localized in there. But at the same time, with those local deals, what we found is we can focus on different opportunities for our players to make their lives easier, right? Everyone wants a $50,000 social post production deal here and there, but at the local level, there's things, whether it's discounts at apartments or free food for these kids, that's huge, or car deals, anything like that, that can really make life easier on these kids. Those are huge on a local level. And then that's not even counting boosters and anyone locally. I would say for the most part, as NIL athletes as a whole, we focus very largely on the local level. On a national scale, obviously, we have those relationships that we've forged through our years of working with a ton of our NFL clients, and there are deals to be had there. I think it's kind of dependent on who you are, if you have that name recognition, and what the brand is looking for. A lot of times what we go to these national companies and explain to them is, look, you can tap into some of these NIL athletes if you're really looking to focus in a specific region. If it's Columbus, if Ohio's a big region, like centralize where you're targeting the market, your dollars in marketing with that athlete, even if it's a national brand, because all their followers are there. And you can, I mean, you're not spending the hundreds and $200,000 and $300,000 that you might get for someone whose following might be a lot more national. So on the national scale, for some of our smaller guys, we focus on that centralized marketing, and they can really pin that market down for these guys. But the local level is huge, just because that's where, I mean, college football fans are rabid and they want to help these student athletes a lot. So
yeah, they're always going to resonate with where they went to school, you know? So I know we don't have a whole lot of time. We'll have a couple more thoughts. Jeff, I want to touch on the fact that some of these schools are getting involved. They're now able to get involved in bringing some of these deals. I mean, and if that's the case and you're working on these strategies for the past 7 months, how do you see that impacting, you know, what you might be guiding, you know, your clients towards?
Yeah, I think what you'll see is universities, teams specifically will be able to aggregate opportunities from a local level, even maybe on a regional community-based level. When you're talking about the higher profile athletes, it's almost why it predicates the need for representation, because as you look for example, going from NIL collegiate to NFL, you know, QSR or shoe apparel or trading card memorabilia are hugely differentiated deals, and that need to be considered both from the NIL perspective as well within the league or wherever that professional sport may be, because that impact is going to be tremendous if you falter at that level. So on the smaller scale, when those team deals may come up across the university, that's fine. But the big consideration is going to be for those premier athletes that need to consider all those deals and how it may impact the future from there and beyond. But I think you'll see the prevalence of those type of deals kind of be the soup du jour that will carry on. And that's where, you know, like, let's be honest, 90% of the kids that are going to make money, these athletes that are going to be compensated for their name, image, and likeness, is going to come from those smaller opportunities. Only a handful, when I say a handful, maybe it's, you know, sub 100, you know, a couple hundred that will be able to do it at 5, 6, 7-figure opportunities. So those other deals are going to create most of the volume and compensation, but it will be focused across a university. I think Ole Miss had, you know, Texas had a couple of those pop up. I think you'll continue to see those type of deals be much more prevalent in the future.
We might have time for one last question here for all of you. And John, I'm going to start with you. For some of those clients that are going pro or maybe have a great chance of going pro, do you see any of these brand deals that would devalue their worth once they get into the league at all?
Yeah, I would say like overdoing it, right? Like your whole page is just ads. And we're seeing that even with pros, but make sure you partner with who you want to partner with. Make sure it's authentic to you, which we throw that word around a lot. But, you know, if you're vegan and you're getting sponsored by Tyson Chicken, like, why are we doing that? That's devaluing who you are later as you get that voice. And even monetarily, right? Like at the beginning, we heard of like, this deals were $25 a post. Well, word might get around that like hey, I got them for $25. Hit them up. They'll give you a story feed. And then, as that goes on, now you're worth $25, but you're going to go pro. That doesn't add up, right? Like maybe some mom that's selling skinny tees could, be worth $25. But, I think that's a scary part of devaluation. And then, not understanding valuable content or like looking good could be bad. Blurry photos or things that are out of focus, and just having a team around you to be like, hey, that's not a good post, or why are you wearing Nike when you're sponsored by Adidas? Or, having these ideas like you want an Adidas deal, but you're only wearing Puma and all your stuff. Like, we're working on this. We're talking to them. What are you thinking? And like making sure that their brand matches who they want to be. But there's, endless. I'm sure both Chris and Jeff have examples of, potential clients or clients that, don't quite understand where the value is at or where they could lose value.
Yeah, Chris, I'll go to you and then I'll end with Jeff. And I know both of you have guys that are going into the draft right now too. So, it's a unique situation as well.
I think it kind of depends on what type of brand deals that you're doing, right? You get the Nikes, the water deals, some of these very standard brand deals of companies that are paying money for these guys. To an extent, if it's a standard brand deal, John is right in that you from a financial standpoint, you want to set the market. But at the same time, to an extent, I would argue that by showing that you can execute these deals on your page without oversaturating, because that is a risk. If you're oversaturating your page and making it look like you're selling out, that's kind of it's not authentic to who you are. But at the same time, these student athletes are proving to brands as they go to the next level that they're capable of being ambassadors at a young age and executing these type of things. So from that standpoint, from a straight brand perspective, I think it's give and take. You don't want to oversaturate it, but at the same time, you're proving to brands that, hey, I can produce great content and I can execute this as it should be. But then there's certain type of deals, and I'm sure Jeff will probably have the same thing to say, whether it's memorabilia or trading cards or anything like this, where it's the value of their signature. At this point, now that they can get paid for it, they're getting paid for their signature. And if someone's paying $10 for their signature in college and someone goes out there and has them sign 1,000 different things, they're oversaturating the market to the point where they're a draftee and they get drafted to the Patriots, which is a great market. And at that point, someone can go out there and find 1,000 different signatures out there, or a ton of trading cards out there. So it's those type of deals where, yes, I think there's an oversaturation, and it's something that we took into account as we were dealing year one with athletes who were going to be taking that next step. Obviously, you want them to be compensated and be able to do something, but explaining to them, look, this can oversaturate the market. Let's kind of scale it back. So as we go to that next level, that you have even more opportunity, you're making more money. But at the same time, if you're dealing with athletes who are not getting as many, like, it's a different case where get the money while you can kind of thing. So it kind of depends.
Yeah. Jeff, final word?
I would say Chris and John both nailed two big components: authenticity in their platform, staying true to that, so you don't devalue yourself and sell out to something that's not true or endemic to who you are. I think the second part is marketplace values is exactly what Chris was going. It particularly over time is making sure that the opportunity, the deals that you take, you're not thinking of today and tomorrow, or just today, but tomorrow, next week, next year. How does that partnership, how's that going to affect you from a local standpoint if you go with this shoe company and you blow up, and here we are with Nike or Adidas or Noble or whomever it might be. So being cognizant that yes, NIL may be for now, and that it is finite, but it's an opportunity to grow your brand and boost it in a way that's never been afforded a student athlete before. So being cognizant that the long-term opportunity is key to not devaluing yourself over time.
Fascinating insights. I appreciate all of you.
Thanks, Patrick.
Appreciate it.
Oh, Chris, you're on mute.
Appreciate it. I was just saying.
Yeah, you'd think I'd have figured that out by now. All right. Well, a fantastic session today. You guys closed it out with, some serious fire. I love to do this when it's the last session of the day because we're not rushed by anybody else. Do any of you have any projects that you want to promote? Jeff, you're on mute. I think you might want to say something.
Oh, hey, Kavanagh Twins just signed a multi-year deal with East Bay Champs. They're going to be the female face of East Bay and Champs. There's going to be some incredible stuff coming out for them. The other big thing is WWE. The Kavanagh Twins signed a multi-year deal with WWE.
Awesome.
So, hey, some really interesting things happening out there. Cross non-traditional, traditional sports is going to be huge. Female athletics as a whole is going to be the biggest point of growth for sports domestically in the next 10 years. So if you're not in female athletics, it's a tremendous place to be from a monetary standpoint, as well as just the caliber of athletes that are out there.
Well, congratulations to you and the Kavanagh Twins. Pat will attest, I've been asking forever to get them on our platform and get some deals going. So hopefully we can bring you some deals soon. Let's do that. I love this. This is all about transacting. Also, Stephanie McMahon at WWE is a friend of mine. We are going to be out at WrestleMania with her in Texas. We'll be seeing you out there, Patrick. Hopefully we'll see you guys out there. Gentlemen, Chris, John, do you guys have anything to add?
No, just wanted to thank you guys for having us on here. I think at the forefront, it's a really, really fun, interesting new space. And it's one, if you guys are going to give us the chance to sell ourselves over here, we've at Athletes First, we've really taken the time to educate ourselves and educate brands. So anyone watching it, if you guys ever have any questions or looking for talent or any help throughout, it's something we've really kind of taken pride in educating ourselves and educating our clients. So always happy to chat. Inbox phone is always open.
Awesome.
Appreciate you.
John, last word, anything?
Yeah, same. Feel free to hit up Society. My email's john@thesociety.us. Always available. Can't guarantee, my bandwidth, but happy to, answer back as soon as I can. And just thank you all for being up here with me.
Thank you all so much. And happy birthday to the birthday boy, Patrick Hayes.
Appreciate it.
Hope this was a somewhat fun way to do your day. Now go out and enjoy yourself.
I will. Thanks so much. Wouldn't have it any other way.
Awesome, man. Thank you guys so much. All right, I'm going to close it out. All right, so we just did it. We finished amazing sessions all day long. You heard from agents, managers, brands, athletes, influencers. We had it all today. Thank you guys all for staying with us all day and listening, or even if you caught a little piece of it. Next month, we will be back at it again. Next month is Women's Month. It's Women's History Month. And with that, we're going to be doing our Women in Marketing event. I'd also like to take the last chance to promote our partners who started the day, the NIL Summit, the official summit, nilsummit.com. They're going to be in Atlanta in mid-June. It's going to be awesome. We're going to be there. We're going to be bringing athletes. We're going to be bringing brands. Hopefully brand innovators will be joining us. We love you all. Thank you guys so much. We'll see you next month. Bye.